the board by attending in-person meetings and submitting a public comment card, which you did very well today. The board will not take public comment through the online platform and does not guarantee online streaming should that platform malfunction for any reason. Members of the public are encouraged to share their thoughts and concerns with our board president, Matty Cloud, at mcloud@petk12.org if they're not able to attend in person. Do we have any comments from the public on closed session? Oh, it's on closed session items. Okay, we have Heather Gallagher on a closed session item.
Hello, my name is Heather Gallagher. I'm a parent of 2 children in the Petaluma City School District. I'm here to speak on behalf of concerned parents in our district regarding pending litigation on closed session agenda items. We are prepared to continue pressing the city to take action on enforcing their code violation for the current Casa cell tower. Since we haven't heard an update from the Petaluma City School District, whether the carrier and Petaluma City School District have obtained a resolution of voluntary compliance on removing the illegal cell tower on Casa Grande School campus. On January 30th, 2024, all of the Petaluma City School District board members unanimously stated that they rejected T-Mobile's request to obtain their lease and stated they would do everything in their power to terminate the lease and have T-Mobile remove the hazardous equipment. During this meeting, one of the board members suggested placing a moratorium on new cell towers, citing Temecula County as a model for placing this moratorium on new cell towers. Moreover, student board members voiced their concerns of the hazards they are exposed to, and speaking on behalf of their peers, they believe many athletes would feel very uncomfortable knowing the hazards they expose themselves to when conditioning on the campus with the cell tower operating right next to them. After the Petaluma City School District sent notification to T-Mobile requesting them to remove their cell equipment and terminate the lease based on new information the district obtained, acknowledging the Casa cell tower was installed and operating without permits, which is a code violation, T-Mobile sued the district. On November 8, 2024, Amanda, the Petaluma City School District business manager, wrote to me stating, "I am in continued discussion with the Petaluma City School Board and have not met with the city yet. We are currently working on a solution and will provide you with an update as soon as we have more concrete information to share. I appreciate your patience and understanding as we navigate this process. I have been patiently waiting without a response. Amanda, have you met with the city yet? Do you have an update? Can you provide me with an update? Where is the Petaluma City School District
You have 30 seconds.
in litigation regarding the cell tower? Thank you."
Point of order, real quick. I don't think either of the legal cases on the closed session have to do with this case, so I don't think we should be taking public comment on a different case that's not on the agenda.
It didn't say what she was.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm not blaming anybody. I think everybody's a little confused. I think it would technically be under non-agendized items after closed session, unfortunately.
Take it into account for the non-agendized items as a public comment.
Because the legal cases that we're discussing in closed session have
This
nothing
one
to
is
do with
nothing.
what you're, yeah.
This one is not either.
I don't know if the person who wrote the other public comment
The other
knows
public
what, if it's the same matter, it's not on the agenda tonight.
They don't intend this, so getting down here.
Right.
Making it might be that one. Okay, well, you can state
Yeah.
it during the general meeting. We have public comment on non-agendized items.
And we can take you first.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
thank
we'll
you.
keep it right
Thank
here.
you for waiting. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Caitlin.
Yeah.
Okay, we are adjourning to closed session.
I just don't want people to think that.
Oh, no, yeah, thank you.
Yeah. That's a 5-minute break after all the students go, so we can.
Yeah,
eat.
that's what I was gonna, yeah.
Yeah.
This is crazy. Be careful what you wish for. Ruby. She's- Good evening, everyone. Apologize for being late. I call this meeting to order. We're going to reconvene and we're going to do our Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I have a public report of action taken during the closed session. As described in Board Policy 5144.1, the board determined that the student 2025-1009S35 did commit expellable acts and and the board has unanimously voted to approve the suspended expulsion. All right, now we have our special recognition.
Do we have a report out for settlement cases as well?
I wasn't given a script for that. I
I-
can report on
Yeah, I
that
think it's
later.
just that they were, okay, that's fine. I think it's
Okay.
just that they were both passed for, I think both of them 4-1, correct?
Yes, so that we had two settlement cases that were also passed 4-1.
Yes.
Um,
Number SS 2526-01 and SS 2526-02, both passed 4-1. And then the settlement agreement was also accepted by the board in the public employee dismissal release.
Thank you. All right, now we go on. I was so excited about the presentations. Wasn't doing my job. Okay, so we have Student of the Month recognitions from Kenilworth. We'll start with Kenilworth Junior High School. Oh, no, Ellen. If you don't mind. Okay, that's not. Come on, yay. Okay, are you all set? Ready, go. It's not on there yet?
Okay. Kenilworth Junior High School is proud to announce our November Student of the Month, Athena Stewart. Athena's team of teachers chose her for Student of the Month because of her positive attitude, incredible work ethic, and natural creativity. Having maintained a 4.0 GPA for both 7th and 8th grade, Athena shines as one of our most academically capable students. Athena's teacher has many wonderful things to say about her. Mr. Quintua, Athena's history teacher, says Athena has been an outright pleasure to teach so far this year and all of last year as well. She is a hard worker, thoughtful, and enters class with a positive attitude unmatched. She continuously goes above and beyond the expectations of her projects with immense creativity. While she may not have the curliest hair, top 3 this year though, I appreciate her sympathetic laughs when my jokes are amiss. Athena has many interests that keep her busy outside of school, including volunteering for local organizations, playing tennis, painting, and various art endeavors, as well as thrifting for fun finds at local donation shops. Athena will attend Casa Grande for her high school career and is excited to see where her interests take her as she starts thinking about her future. Athena's creative eye has her planning a possible career in interior and exterior design, but she remains open to how her path unfolds. Kenilworth knows you will be a superstar in whatever you choose to do. Congratulations, Athena.
Congratulations, Athena. Can your family please stand so we can acknowledge you? Come on. Look at that. Thank you. Okay.
Kenilworth Junior High School is proud to introduce our November Student of the Month, Jax Musselman. Jax was chosen student Student of the Month because he is an excellent student and exemplary citizen. Jax is one of Kenilworth's hardest working students and one of our most inspiring successful stories. Jax earned a 4.0 both semesters as a 7th grader, and all of his hard work and determination continues to pay off as an 8th grader. Jax determines all appreciates wait Jack's teachers all appreciate his positive attitude, enthusiasm, and sense of humor. Mr. Quintua, Jax's history teacher, shared, "If I could clone one of my students, I would choose Jax Musselman." Jax can be counted on to have work completed on time and be prepared to learn every day. Jax has earned the respect of his peers by being the ultimate team player. Jax brings positive energies to the class that is not only appreciated by me, but his classmates as well. Outside of school, Jax is a dedicated athlete. Jax has been an important member to both the Petaluma Panthers football team and the Athletic Edge baseball team. Jax is planning on going to Casa Grande High School, and he would like to continue his upward trajectory as a student by taking advanced placement classes when he gets there. Jax is also planning on becoming a varsity athlete while a gaucho. After high school, Jax would like to study interior housing design. Kenworth is proud to have you as a colt. Congratulations, Jax.
Congratulations, Jack. Can your family please stand so we can acknowledge you? Congratulations. Now we have Petaluma Junior High School. Please come forward, our students of the month.
Petaluma Junior High School is proud to introduce our November Student of the Month, Stella Smith. Stella was chosen as a Student of the Month because, as Ms. Cicchini says, her name says it all. She is a star. Stella is a natural leader who always has a smile on her face. Stella never waits a moment between her grueling dance schedule and producing top-tier academic work. Stella lives by the mantra, anything worth doing is worth doing well. Stella's family is very proud of her as well. They shared that Stella has surrounded herself with books from a young age. Stella is wise beyond her years and demonstrates this through her emotional maturity and empathy. Stella's mom said, "Stella is steadfast in her opinions, engages her dad, younger brother, and I in discussions about morality and social injustices, demonstrating a keen analytical mind and a strong sense of equity." Stella is passionate about student leadership, and her ASB elective is one of her favorite things about PJHS. Stella loves meeting new people, and she contributes greatly to the positive school community. Stella keeps busy with 6 different dance classes, Girl Scouts, baking, and raising money for a trip to Europe. Stella plans to attend college and study psychology, education, or management to further her leadership endeavors. Congratulations, Stella.
Congratulations, Stella. Can your family please stand? There you go.
Petaluma Junior High School is proud to introduce our November Student of the Month, Nathan Gilliland. Nathan was chosen as Student of the Month because he embodies what it means to be Bantam. Ms. Cicchini said that Nathan has a deep sense of personal responsibility, and his dedication to Bantam broadcast is evidence of this. Nathan is eager to challenge himself, and he goes above and beyond to make sure all of his work is outstanding. Nathan is an active participant in class discussions. He is inquisitive and asks questions to deepen his understanding. Nathan is kind and respectful to everyone he encounters. Nathan's family is incredibly proud of his accomplishments as well. Nathan's parents shared that he has always been curious about the world, asking deep philosophical questions as a toddler. Nathan's grandma Tammy even nicknamed him Baby Einstein. Nathan is a self-driven, independent thinker who sets high standards for himself. Nathan says he enjoys the culture at PGHS the most. He said the staff are kind and seem to really care about how he is as a student. Nathan said his classes are fun and engaging. Nathan plays lacrosse and golf as well as the bass guitar. He also likes going for walks and hikes around Petaluma and spending time with his friends and family. After high school, Nathan hopes to attend a prestigious university, such as Stanford or a Caltech. He isn't quite sure what he wants to be when he grows up, but he is interested in chemistry, botany, golf, and literature. Congratulations, Nathan.
Congratulations, Nathan. Can your family please stand? Wow. Well done. Thank you. Very good. Now we have Alexander.
Wait, Emily's here. We got one. Yay, okay. I'm proud to present Emily Benzik as November Student of the Month. Emily Benzik is a senior at Casa Grande High School. She loves to spend her free time running with her cross-country team, reading, listening to music, and volunteering with the Young Astronomers Club. She's a part of the National Honor Society as well as co-president of the French Club and on the track and field team in the spring. She has received the gold level athlete scholar in all seasons of cross country and track and field throughout her high school career, and twice been awarded all league in cross country. Emily is of the first trumpet in the symphonic band at Casa Grande and also enjoys performing in concerts. She also enjoys working with children and every year volunteers at Camp Counselor for Old Adobe Union School District's 6th grade camp. She works hard in her classes at Casa Grande and plans on attending a 4-year college after graduation. Congratulations.
Good job. Congratulations, Emily. Is your family here? Can they stand? Oh, there you are. Okay, and now we have Smia.
I'm proud to present Samia Hakim as the November Student of the Month. Samia Hakim is involved in and is a senior at Casa Grande. She's a co-president of both the Casa Grande Honor Society and her own club on campus, Sugar Society. She's also part of Casa's ASB and captain of the girls' tennis team, and has been awarded for being the top 10 of her class the past 2 years. Samia's favorite thing to do is to go on drives and spend time with her friends. In her free time, she has volunteered with children at the after-school program and at 6th grade camp. In the summer, she has worked as a counselor at a nature day camp for kids, and she was chosen to delegate for the California Boys and Girls State program. After high school, she hopes to attend a 4-year university, preferably at a UC. She wants to major in psychology and hopefully be a child psychologist in the future. Finally, Samia wants to thank her mom for everything she has done for her. Congratulations.
Good luck in her golf tournament also. Excellent. Okay, Petaluma High School.
Our first student of the month is Addison or Addie Lowe. She is very involved in her school's digital media program, serving as both the secretary and executive producer. She is also part of many clubs as the director of policy for Civic Leaders of America, vice president of California Scholarship Federation, and a member of NHS and the Astronomy Club. Outside of school, she is an active participant in Sonoma County's community theater scene, where she is an actor, assistant stage manager, and choreographer. She also loves spending time with family, friends, and her 2 golden retrievers. She plans to attend a 4-year university after graduating, pursuing a degree and career in media production. She is extremely grateful to her parents for their constant support. Congrats.
Congratulations. Can your family stand? There. Great job.
Our next student of the month is Carly Nazar. Carly is a senior at Petaluma High School and is currently involved in various activities. She started the Astronomy Club freshman year and over the past 4 years has run fundraising events, club field days, viewing nights with donated telescopes, and club lunch meetings. She is also involved in the Petaluma FFA and this year is serving as chapter secretary. This past year, Carly again attended Girls State as the delegate representing Petaluma High. Earlier this fall, she played on the water polo team, taking the role of captain. Carly values her academics as she is involved in various AP classes and is currently the president of National Honor Society. After high school, Carly is planning on attending a 4-year university and majoring in astrophysics and political science. Congrats!
Congratulations, Carly. Can your family stand? So we can. Thank you. Great job. Okay, so now we have San Antonio. Very good.
Don't be shy.
I am happy to announce our student of the month for San Antonio High School, Angel Munoz Soriano. When Angel joined us at San Antonio in August, he adapted quickly with a positive attitude. He made it clear that his goal was a speedy graduation. Angel has a pleasant sense of humor and is admired by his peers. He has worked hard to put mistakes behind him, revealing impressive growth in this short time, graduating on October 31st. Ms. McGarry says in the government class, Angel would often ask questions about current events. His active participation and curiosity would lead to rich class discussions. At the beginning of the year, he would tell her that he was nervous to take the government test, but he was pleasantly surprised when he only missed 1 or 2 questions and earned an A for his efforts. He recognized that he is capable of doing hard things. Angel has spoken of plans to learn a trade, and family is important to him. In the future, Angel would like to start a family and would love to have a daughter of his own. With his strong work ethic and self-motivation, we believe that he will be successful in whatever he chooses to accomplish. Our counselor, Mr. Shinzato, reports Angel was laser focused when he transferred to San Antonio High School. He adapted quickly to our school and took full advantage of the program and credits to graduate within this semester. My conversations with Angel were always engaging, and he would love to talk about how he wants to have a successful future and have a career that will carve out a fulfilled life for him and a future family. I know that Angel will be successful as he becomes more driven, motivated, and confident towards the goals he has for himself. Congratulations, Angel.
Congratulations, Angel. Can your family stand so we can acknowledge them? Yeah. That's your family. Woo! Thank you.
I am happy to announce our other student of the month, Tim Porter. Tim has all the qualities you hope to unearth as an educator. He has a keen sense of humor and a natural drive to know and do more. Sure, he is not the biggest fan of fractions, but when no one is watching, he's asking Mr. Stevenson how to land a spot on the principal's honor roll. Whether he knows this or not, Tim is becoming a leader by modeling virtues of tendency, curiosity, and bravery.
This means he is actively helping others every day they see him being the best version of himself. Lately, this means conquering his fear of heights by ziplining for the first time, but most commonly, this leadership and helping of others is the form of telling a friend when an assignment is due, asking for references to put on his resume, and earning perfect attendance awards. Despite having hard days to overcome, Tim hopes to be an elevator mechanic after graduation, which is beyond fitting for someone who already knows how to elevate himself. We know he will continue to succeed and raise others up. Tim's counselor, Nikki Jackson, has this to say about him. While Tim has struggled in previous school settings, he has absolutely come into his own here at San Antonio. He has a warmth and honesty that is unparalleled. His natural curiosity and ability to stick with something even when it's hard makes him an excellent student and school community member. We are so lucky to have him on our school campus. Congratulations, Tim.
And your family and your school family needs to be acknowledged. Thank you so much. You're all amazing, and your futures are going to be spectacular. So going on to our site report from McDowell School and Dual Language Immersion Academy. So excited.
Good evening, and thank you for having us tonight. We're excited to share what McDowell Elementary is such a special place to learn, grow, and belong. This year, we have so much to be grateful for.
McDowell teachers. McDowell teachers and staff make everything possible. Our trusted adult team continues to grow with new teachers, teachers assistants, and office staff who bring energy and care. We're thankful for every adult who help us learn, stay safe, and feel supported.
CARE stands for cooperation, academic effort, respect, empathy, respect, empathy, and safety, values we live by each day. Our monthly awards recognize students who value these traits in our classrooms and playgrounds. Thank you for supporting programs that celebrate character and kindness. Art, music, and performance help us express who we are. Through the VAPA program, we create, perform, and build confidence. Thank you, VAPA teachers, staff, and Petaluma City Schools for believing that creativity belongs in every classroom. Art, music, and performance. Art, music, and performance help us express who we are. Through the VAPA program, we create, perform, and build confidence. Thank you, VAPA teachers, staff, and Petaluma City Schools for believing that creativity belongs in every classroom.
Our jogathon is one of our favorite traditions. This year, McDowell students, families, and staff ran, cheered, and worked together to raise over $53,000. With help from generous local businesses, our amazing community is a perfect example of teamwork, school spirit, and how much our community cares about kids. We honor our culture and family through the Dia de los Muertos celebration. Colorful ofrendas and artwork fill the campus as we remembered, loved, loved ones, and celebrate life. We had Aztec dancers and we honor culture and family through Dia de los Muertos celebration. Colorful ofrendas and artwork fill the campus. As we remembered loved ones and celebrate life, we had Aztec dancers and traditional folklorico dancers perform. Let's not forget the amazing students who sang beautiful songs. This event reminds us of McDowell values belonging and respect for all traditions. We are grateful for our volunteers, families, and teachers for honoring this tradition.
Through environmental pathways, we explore nature around us. Our trips to our regional parks and local preserves make learning exciting and remind us why protecting the environment matters. We are grateful to receive the support from Sonoma Educational Environmental Collaborative.
This year, our Lion King Jr. brought the whole school together. Students also learned to sing, act, and dance, and will never forget the teamwork behind it. Every actor and stage helper had an important role, and we are very grateful for the teachers, families, volunteers, and PTA Hope to shine on stage.
We are grateful to the Petaluma Educational Foundation. We've received 2 grants that make learning exciting and creative. One of the grants will fund new AVER AmpliWave audio and amplifying systems for 10 classrooms, and the other will fund books and materials for our middle school classrooms. McDowell students and families are on the move. Our walk and roll program through Safe Route to School keeps us active, helps the planet, and starts our mornings with energy and smiles. We're thankful for everyone who makes our routes safe and fun.
Our Halloween parade fills the campus with joy, costumes, and laughter. It's one more way our school builds community and celebrates creativity. Our community Our community garden is thriving. We plant, water, and learn about responsibility, science, and sustainability. It's a calm place that shows how teamwork and care help living things and learning growth. We are grateful to our teachers and volunteers and Mr. Mortensen for helping us maintain our garden.
Learning doesn't stop when the bell rings. McDowell offers amazing enrichment opportunities that help build creativity and leadership. Our clubs include Student Leadership Council, giving us students a voice in school decisions, our Crochet Club, which helps build focus, patience, and beautiful creations, our Theater Club, that inspires confidence and teamwork on stage, and our Boys and Girls Club, who provides after-school fun, friendship, and support. In a few months, we will have our robotics club that will help build engineering, creativity, and teamwork. We're grateful for every advisor and volunteer who makes these programs possible for us.
McDowell is proud to be a Genius Hub site. The Genius Initiative, genuine empathy, and nurturing intellect of underserved students help schools create learning environments where every child can thrive. Our teachers are learning through the pedagogy of confidence and supporting the African American learner frameworks. The statewide work hosted right here at McDowell helps schools foster equity, amplify student voice, and build on every learner's strengths.
This year, our dual language immersion academy continued to expand with the addition of 5th and 8th grade classes. Our program brings students together to learn both in English and Spanish, developing bilingualism, literacy, and cultural understanding. We're proud to be a campus where students can learn to think globally, communicate across cultures, and celebrate diversity. Our dual language immersion academy prepares us to be global citizens. In September, the DLA invited Cherry Valley, Loma Valley Vista, and PAX to our second middle school dance. We had such a great time at our neon dance.
As we close tonight, we want to say thank you to the school board, our teachers, and our families for helping McDowell continue to shine.
Oh, I think you need to introduce him. That was excellent, excellent, excellent.
Okay, this is Victor. He's our therapy support dog. They also call him the vice principal at McDowell School. And I just want to thank you, board members, for all that you have done to support McDowell School. And it's exciting to be growing pretty fast. And it's great to see how large our leadership group has gotten. And thank you to Miss Nealon, who is who is 100% responsible for this presentation, and all of the leadership group. So we really appreciate all she's doing for our school, and we appreciate all of your support. And thank you for letting us take a lot longer than our allotted time, but thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you. You guys did an excellent job. I think McDowell is fabulous. It has fabulous teachers and administration, and you guys showed it. You really did a great job. So thank you. Parents of McDowell students, can you stand because they're amazing? Whoops, thank you. Okay, keep standing. Pictures, pictures, pictures. Are we going to have pictures? Yeah. So right now we're going to, before you all leave, we're going to have pictures of the students of the month in McDowell. And then, and we're going to take a short break after that for about 10 minutes. Okay. So students of the month, please stay and come up here. And McDowell students, please. Thank you.
Front of this group, okay? Students of the month.
We're gonna, yeah, stand, yeah. All right.
Over here?
All right, here we go. Students, come on. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Get out of the way. I already stole my. Please do that to us. You get it drop off? No worries. I'll listen. Okay. Yeah. Students, come on. Good job! You guys did great! Oh my god, awesome! So good!
green one first because we promised.
Yeah. First, that's in Spanish. Call this meeting to order. Thank you for waiting. We are back in session and we now have comments from the public on oh, I'm sorry. Athletics presentation. I was just going to skip everything. I'm sorry. Athletics presentation.
All right. Good evening. Thank you so much. We are here tonight to provide a little overview on high school athletics. And I've got Gio Napoli, principal of Paloma High, and Erica Noon, principal of Casa Grande High School with me tonight. Yay! All right. So Erica will talk a little bit about the numbers at Casa. Hi there.
You want to tell me what? Yeah. Gio's trying to help me with the microphone. Okay, so at Casa Grande High School, we have a total of 21 athletic programs. That includes 9 girls sports and 8 boys sports and 4 co-ed sports. About 608 student athletes participated in 24-25 school year, but 230 of them participated in more than one sport throughout the year. We have over 90 coaches, paid and volunteer coaches that support our programs, and 39 total teams across all of the programs. And I don't need to read all of them for you. But that's, I believe, all of them. Swimming make the cut. Yep, there it is. Yeah.
All right. Good evening. So at Pelham High School, we similar numbers, slight differences. 27 programs total with 663 athletes, 90 plus coaches, including volunteers. That's an important factor there. And then 43 total teams of all different levels. And as you can see, one of the big differences is that we have water polo, because Casa doesn't have a pool yet. Yet, I said yet. But yes, so there's some slight changes in what we offer, but not very different. All right. So the next thing that we are presenting here is just a little bit about what we do with our coaches and how we support them and run our programs. So at each site, we have a 0.4 FTE athletic director who really oversees all of athletics, works with the coaches, make sure parents are getting in and signing their kids up on time, making sure that the student athletes are cleared throughout the year. There's a lot that goes into the job, much more than I just shared. And one thing that our new coaches and even administrators are able to participate in is an NCS CIF training. It's something that our overseeing body helps and supports with. And I just remembered, I apologize, I didn't say this earlier. Also, our athletic directors are able to participate in an NCS level AD conference. It's like a one-day thing that they do. So it's an additional piece to it all. And then over the years, things that we've done, for a variety of reasons. We've had a working relationship for a few years with Positive Coach Alliance. Last time we had them in was in 23. Thank you. We do have annual coaches meetings. So at the beginning of each year and then at the beginning of each season, we meet with our in-season coaches to prep for the upcoming season. And then throughout the year, whether it's administration, whether it's our athletic director, which it's mostly our athletic director, we'll be doing periodic check-ins with our coaches, even off-season coaches, connecting them for the upcoming seasons, planning for the future, and working with them to help run the program.
Okay, so moving forward with athletics, we're always trying to improve our offerings for our students and our families and community. And one of the things that Tyler at PHS and Katie Pishota at CASA participated in just recently is the bullying prevention Train the Trainer training put on by Olveus. Did I say it right? Okay. And that they are going to take what they learned and teach that to the rest of the admin coaches. And John Antonio, our athletic director at CASA, also participated in the Train the Trainer. But that's coming in the spring of 2026. Inside of that Olveus bullying prevention training is the team captain development. So part of that training is really to develop our student leaders as upstanders, so that it's not always just up to the adults in the community to help prevent bullying and deal with it as it comes up. So that's a big part of a culture shift that we're looking forward to within our athletic teams. And then finally, we are working on developing a cross-school PCS athletic handbook, a coach's handbook. PHS has one. We have a version of one, but a lot of the content is the same, but we're really working hard to solidify our crosstown processes and policies so that they're the same regardless of site. So that's something that we're working on this year. It would include district policies for transportation safety and so on, but also try to support our coaches in helping our students with mental health, behavioral challenges, and anything else that might come up for our coaches.
In the spring of 2025, we administered an athletics experience survey to both CASA and Petaluma High School. And so these graphs just show the total responses for each of the high schools, how it broke down by the number of parents who filled out the survey and the number of students. And overall, the themes that came out through that was that the athletics are viewed positively by students and families, that coaches were recognized as welcoming, respectful, and supportive of athlete development. There was a lot of willingness to recommend and advocate that more students participate in athletics and by encouraging their friends to join, highlighting satisfaction and confidence in those programs. And then there was also a lot of open-ended feedback around praising coaches as positive role models and fostering community and growth. There were areas for improvement, which we'll talk about. One of those being clearer communication, academic balance support. Can't see that one down the bottom. And ensuring that, but I remember it, ensuring that there's clear communications around schedules, practice schedules, and ensuring that all voices, athlete voices, are heard. This was the first time that we elicited feedback in this manner, and it's one that we want to continue. We also asked athletes and families to rate their overall experience, the coaching experience, and so we've broken that down by school, and they were very, very similar, describing their experience in athletics as largely positive, and that many respondents highlighting that coaches were welcoming, respectful, and supportive of athletes' personal growth. And then this comes back to that advocacy and sort of spreading the word around you should participate in athletics as well. And so that willingness to return, the percentage of students at PHS and Casa Grande that they would play again, and if they would recommend their sports to peers. So moving forward, we want to continue to foster positive culture. Again, this comes back to the work we're doing around Olveus bullying prevention this year and making sure that we're aligning practices across both sites, improving that communication around practice schedules and expectations, but also this culture, creating this feedback culture that at the end of the school year, we really are eliciting and acting on feedback that we receive from our families and our parents. Well, that's it for athletics overview. Any questions?
Thank you. Do we have questions?
I have a question about, you mentioned that you did the positive coaching, but not since 2023. So is the bullying prevention supposed to take the place of the positive coaching?
Okay.
Professional
So
development?
the PCA, the Positive Coaching Alliance work that we did was through our league. It was not through PCS. So they're not related that same way. The Vine Valley Athletic League decided that as a league, we wanted to put more emphasis on sportsmanship and in both the community, the students, and the coaches experience. And so that's where that decision to lean into PCA came from. So that year that we did that work, there were student what's the word I'm thinking of?
we chose student leaders from schools all across the league, and they all came to sort of a seminar where they gathered together and did the training together. And then we did the same thing with some coaches and other adults that work with our programs. So that was back then, and it was paid for out of Vine Valley Athletic League. But the Olveus training is different because it's through PCS, not through the league.
So is there other?
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, just to add to it. So we worked with the Vine Valley Athletic for Positive Coach Alliance, but as a district, we also did it, and our 2 school sites paid for that so that we can provide additional training, specifically around implicit bias with our coaches. So this was like still kind of in the Zoom era, so we had a lot of Zoom meetings with coaches from both sites to have that. So that was, I don't remember what year that was, a couple of years before that, we had this training. And then the Olveus now is the new one that we're working with.
So is that bullying prevention for the students or for the coaches? Is that, and if not, then what's their professional development?
It's for the coaches. So Tyler Aftab and Katie Pashota, along with John Antonio, athletic director from CASA, were trained in the train the trainer model. And so they will disseminate that training to actually all the faculty and staff at our comprehensive high schools and our coaches.
I have a question about improving communication, clarity around practice schedules and expectations. I think there should be something in there about transportation. And maybe at the beginning of every sports season, I think that needs to be reviewed.
Could that be part of the handbook?
Yes, and it's part of, I never know when to step up. It's part of the pre-season coaches meeting. All those transportation policies are gone over at those meetings.
Thank you.
I just had a couple of very quick questions about, I'm glad to hear that you're going to continue it. I was wondering if you had a way of increasing participation. And then I was wondering about if the results were broken down by sport.
No, they were not broken down by sport.
Could we do that?
We could work on enhancing, we could work on refining the survey as it goes out.
I think it's part of an assessment of coaches and of our system, and whether the things that you are training the coaches for is actually effective.
Yeah, it'll allow us to disaggregate the data.
Yeah, exactly.
In a better way.
Okay.
And improving communication around practice schedules was the other question that you had. What was that?
No, it wasn't. No, just improving participation.
Oh, in the survey.
Yeah, it wasn't
Sorry.
huge.
Okay.
Got it. It would be nice to have a little bit more and then disaggregate it by sport.
For sure.
So I did have a follow-up. So it sounds like you're going to do the survey again in the spring. And then how will we ensure that the outreach is greater? Because I did hear just through the grapevine and just, people complaining through the normal channels that not a lot of people got the survey, both students and parents.
Yeah, I think it went out pretty late. And so I think now that we've done it one time, we have some lessons learned around the communication, the outreach, obviously refining some of the questions on the survey. But I think we could lengthen the outreach time, kind of like we have Youth Truth for a full month. How do we do some advertising and disseminating this is coming, and then opening up that time period for a wider length of time. So yeah, we can definitely improve upon that and getting it out there. And I can work directly with our high school admin around any specific ideas they have to increase the touch points.
Would it be possible for it to go out to not just the parents of athletes and the athletes, but to the general community? Because when we think about like barriers to sports, who just mentioned participation? Oh, you're talking about participation in the survey. I thought you were talking about participation in sports, because there are a lot of barriers. So it'd just be interesting to ask, why do you or your child not participate in a sport? Is it, the suggested donations? Is it the equipment to play? Is it I could go on. I don't want to, but I could go on just about all of the, all the financial barriers as well. Just so we can just get some feedback on how to engage more students in the sports programs.
Sure, we could do some, surveys, Monkey and other surveys have, you could do some logic branching. And if you don't participate, here's the set of questions we have for you. So we could definitely look at that.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
yep.
Yeah, thank you.
And we'll stay
This
because
is
we're the
a-
next
this is a-
presentation.
This is a start. of
Yes.
something, so I like
This is
that.
the start. Yeah.
This is a good
That's
start.
a great way of looking at it. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, now we have, moving on.
Yeah, we're gonna invite
right?
Paige to come join us.
Oh, so you all are still up
For the
there?
next
I thought
presentation.
you could.
We're for you.
Okay.
We got a couple tonight.
So this is a 5-star passes and bathroom practices at the comprehensive high schools.
Yes, so we'd like to do just a little update on the hallway pass system, the bathroom pass system at both of our high schools. And so this year we are using a 5-star digital pass system across our high schools, as well as our junior highs have access to it. And so we want to talk a little bit about how we're utilizing this.
Okay. The quick history of this is that Petaluma High, we've been using 5-star for a few years. Just recently started using the hall pass system. Last year, CASA had a different system, but this year in alignment, we are both using 5-star. So we're at different stages of use of the program, but we are both utilizing the same program. So part of the reason why we chose to do this was it really was a response from the year before of just students kind of wandering the hallways and having a better system for not only helping to control that, but also having a better system for trying to keep in touch with who's in the classroom and who's not. And so it allows for a streamlined process where technology is utilized to be able to see who's out of the classroom. Our administrators, our student advisors can use a device and actually see who's been checked out. And then as they're patrolling, they can use that to check on them. So things that they might be checking on are like we have this, it comes with a built-in timer where we can set the parameters of what that time is. We can control the number of kids who are leaving per class a little bit better. And then also I think it's in the next slide, so I'll skip it. So it limits the number of students through the process and being able to watch that. Behavior management piece is good because if there are reasons why kids shouldn't be leaving the classroom, we have the ability to actually like block their pass for whatever reason that may be, that we've determined that there needs to be a limit in how often. Maybe they've abused the system, maybe they've done something that they shouldn't in the hallways, et cetera. But it also allows us to control, like I said, the timing of it. So like at each site, we're doing a 7-minute pass, but we can also build different types of passes to allow for more flexibility. And then all of this is kind of connected to that real-time oversight. So we can walk the hallways and actually look to see who's been checked out and if they're over on their time. So it's a neat system that we're working with and improving the system every single time. Thanks.
Can I ask a question? I have a concern about controlled capacity. So are you telling a kid who has to go to the bathroom that they have to wait in line before they can go?
No, it's more so like if we have, I think that's more so connected to like behavior issues. So if we have 2 kids that are often meeting in the bathroom or they've gotten in trouble for some reasons, we can actually say, well, this kid's checked out, so you can't go yet. It's more of like a response to behavior than it is about limiting access to the restroom.
There we go. Okay, so the basic procedure for how a student would request a pass, that's what this slide's about. The first thing they would do is ask, like, is this a good time from the teacher? Because if they're just about to jump into a direct instruction, now might not be the best time. And that being said, many teachers handle it differently and at different sites too. More in the senior class, it might just be an understanding that
I'm just going to make my pass and go and be responsible for my body, whereas freshmen might be dealt with a slightly different way based on maturity levels. So they would ask for teacher acknowledgement. They go into their 5-star program on their Chromebooks, not on their phones, on their Chromebooks. They sign in through their Pet K-12 email address. They create their hall pass. Then at cost at least, and I believe at PHS as well, they leave their device in the classroom, whether it's at their own seat or at the teacher's desk or in a designated spot. They go and do their business. Some classes still have a physical pass that they take with them. Like the teachers like to lean into that sometimes. Like I know Hugh Bucker has like a skull, they take their physical pass. Cell phones, because they're bell to bell, they're in the pockets the whole time. Phones are not supposed to be with them. They return within 5 to 7 minutes. We also have a 7-minute limit on our passes. And then when they come back in, they close their pass on their device and get back to it, whatever they were doing before.
So, quick
Okay.
question.
Oh, yes.
About what device? are
They're
you talking about?
they're Chromebooks,
Not their phone.
not their phones. They
But
do
you
not use
just-
their phones. Did I
But
say
they can use their phones.
No.
So
They're in the
can't
pocket,
access-
bell to
so they
bell,
can't
no phone.
If they're not in their little pockets, technically speaking, can they access the 5-star through their phones?
So
Any device that connects to the internet. could.
Okay. I was
Yes.
just in a class with seniors and they were going, how can we go to the bathroom next year without cell phones?
they use their Chrome. So at CASA, we
Just
have
saying. use.
I'll say it.
they do the kiosk model. They'll get to that at the PHS slide, but at CASA, we actually have it blocked so students can't use their phones to create a hall pass because they're not supposed to have it. They use their Chromebooks only. They do have Smart Pass on their phones for their digital ID so that when they go into a football game or something, they can show their ASB sticker to get into a game, but they cannot build a bathroom pass on their phones, only on their Chromebooks. That's at CASA. Okay, so using our respect, safety, integrity, our RISE expectations, that's how we built out our agreements about how to use 5-star and how to attain bathroom passes. So 5-star really helps us to minimize disruptions when requesting leaves because students can take care of it on their own. Integrity, we are training our kids hopefully to use the pass responsibly and take care of their own needs that way. Safety, this really helps us to see who's out and who's not. So if there was an emergency, a fire drill or a real fire or something happened, we would know exactly who was out of the classrooms on a pass. And then it encourages them to make it snappy. Get there, do your thing, and get back to class because there's a 7-minute timer. Otherwise, there's a lot more lollygagging. So addressing misuse of passes, when we notice that kids are out too long, my discipline secretary and our student advisors can see who's out and who's expired passes like way too long and multiple times. And then we can start having those conversations with them about being responsible with their needs. And then the number of passes, just to clarify, they get assigned two passes every day. And when if let's say Johnny comes to the teacher and says, sorry, I've used my 2 passes, but I got to go, teachers can absolutely override those and let a student go at any time. And then on top of that, we have it built in, and I think this is coming, but for students that have certain medical needs, 504s, IEPs that require extra bathroom privileges, that can be built in at an individual level.
So at Petaluma High School, we have a similar type of agreement, just slightly formatted differently. Our expectations, be safe, be respectful, be responsible. We ask teachers to monitor how many kids leave per classroom at a time. One per person. It's actually more like 2 per classroom. 7-minute max is what we've agreed on for a normal bathroom pass. If kids want to get water, bathroom locker, they can use that same time to do that. And then physical pass with the classroom ID. So all of our teachers have some sort of physical pass. And so we just ask our students we ask the teachers to still have them have it because when our camp supervisors are walking around, it's really great to be able to see the visual of that because it's not, like checking it on the thing is one thing, but walking around and seeing kids in front of you is another. So when they have that pass, they know the teacher gave them permission to be out. And then addressing the misuse of the pass. So a lot of this will happen with our discipline secretary as well. Sometimes it'll happen with just our student advisors as they're working with kids. But we'll give them a verbal warning. There may be a parent contact if we're seeing it. Same thing with step 2. It's all trying to change behavior and not necessarily be extremely punitive. And then if necessary, we get to a place where we feel like we have to escalate behaviors. We'll have that, discipline referral to the admin, discussions, conferences, if necessary, detentions. And then again, it also goes back into the system where we may limit when they're allowed to go or whatever that may be. So there's some different things there.
I feel like we're do-si-doing up here. So safety and supervision, this is a hot topic with our bathrooms because they're private areas. And so it's hard to supervise an area that's meant to be private. So our campus supervisors or student advisors and our administrators are actively supervising restroom areas regularly, especially break and lunch when everybody's out all at the same time. We have assigned zones where different people are watching certain areas, and they get to know the kids that hang out in those areas and start to build relationships. Our student advisors and admin are actively looking for vandalism, checking for disrepair in our bathrooms, checking for cleanliness and reporting that as needed. And then we're also looking for large groups. Like there's no reason for 20 people to be in one bathroom at the same time. And most of the time, if there's that many kids going into one restroom at the same time, they're up to things that they shouldn't be. And it's not really using the bathroom at that point. And mostly we don't see that during class. That's only during break and lunch because there's really not that many people out all at once. We don't see 20 in a bathroom during class time. It just doesn't happen. So we're watching and supervising and taking kids in to have conversations as needed, and then utilizing that 5-star system for movement through class time.
Some current challenges we have are 7 minutes might be insufficient when using, like if the bathrooms are full or out of order. I know Jessica was talking about that during our meeting, but I haven't noticed that too. We don't usually have full stalls. Bathroom as a social area, students huddle, especially in the winter time because it's really cold out. So, and our campuses are outdoors, so people hang out in the bathroom, warmer in there. And then both sites are short-staffed right now for campus supervisors, so it's hard to cover all bases at lunch and break.
So some potential improvements. This has all been coming out of conversation with our student board members and at the site level as well with Esmeralda. And one of the things that we were looking into is a notification system, sort of like what Paige talked about. If you only have 7 minutes and then the bathroom you get to happens to be locked down because there's a leak or something happened that required repair, you might not have enough time to get to the next bathroom and then get back to class without the 7 minutes expiring. So they looked into, we were working with tech to see if there was a way to alert when bathrooms are impacted or unavailable, but so far we haven't been able to find that solution inside of 5-star. The second one is making sure that our substitute teachers are trained or understand how our system works so that they can continue to support our students in getting their needs met, especially for our students who have special needs outside of a normal situation. Reminders to our student body, we are always reteaching expectations of how we act when we're out in the world and in the bathrooms. I know at CASA we're looking at some videos when we come back in January to reteach expectations, especially around bathroom and hallway use. And then the last one, number 4, kiosk options. I know PHS has a lot more kiosk setups than we do currently at CASA, but we are looking to develop more opportunities. And the kiosks setup is where a teacher would have either an iPad or a Chromebook or another computer system where students would sign in and out on that specific device. So it's a designated device for that signing in and signing out. So they wouldn't use their own device. They would just go to the door, put in their student ID number and build their pass and go. So more like a kiosk option for 5-star. So that would help with the substitute teachers also, because the students could do it a lot more independently. So.
Any questions for us?
So just to clarify, if I raise my hand, is there a way that you as the teacher know that the student actually put the 5-star request in?
So
I could talk about Petaluma.
Yeah. At CASA, the student actually, most of the classes, the student brings their device to the teacher's desk and leaves the device on the teacher's desk so they can see it. It's open. We were running into some issues where if the student left their device at their own desk, kids would come in and mess with it. Other kids that weren't in the bathroom. So it worked out better for the device to just get dropped on the teacher's desk. So it's kept separate. And then the teacher can easily see, oh, there's a computer on my desk. I know somebody's out.
In a lot of my classes, we don't even have computers out because like MacBooks are super distracting. It's basically a phone. You can text, use the internet, do everything. So, it's actually interesting. This is my first year where we have no computers in like any of my classes. Everything's on paper, which I actually love. But we usually I don't even raise my hand. It's just senior classes are a lot more mature. So I just walk over to the, some of my teachers have iPads. So you just put your number in and then you walk out. It's pretty chill. You go back and put your number in again and it like closes your pass for you. And then like if you can tell if someone's out because it'll say on there, or some teachers have like a plushie where like you turn it inside out and it's red and you turn it the other way and it's green. So I just like look and if it's green then I go to it. But yeah, it seems to be working well. I like it.
Thank you. Perfect.
I don't have a question. I just have a partner who's been subbing at CASA and saying it works pretty well, and he's surprised that it works well. So, yeah.
I have a question, actually a couple, but how this relates to the academic component, because I know we've talked for a few years now about how teachers are still tying like not using the bathroom to like extra credit and things at the secondary level. So how does how does that tie into all this, I guess? That's my question.
I mean, I don't really know how to answer the question directly because I know that was a practice a few years back. I don't feel like I've seen it. And if it's happening at Pelham High, then I'm not aware of it. I do know that there are some teachers who will use as more of like an encouragement to not be out of class often, but not as a restriction to being able to use the restroom. And so like what Paige said, it's like, yes, it's maybe something that still exists. I haven't
Definitely.
directly heard that that's a problem for kids to be able to access restroom. So it would be interesting for me at my site to learn a little bit more about that. I also just want to say one other thing because I feel like there's a little bit of something that's happening. So we're not perfect with this system either. I want to be very clear about that. Like there are some teachers that are still using a paper and pencil because and that's why number 4 is an important piece. It's like having the kiosk option takes the pressure off the teacher to have to check a kid out every single time. Some of our teachers, especially our senior level teachers, or our upperclassmen teachers, have a little bit more confidence in what the students are doing. So it's a little bit more of a trust system. It's definitely more utilized with our underclassmen. But ideally, we would move to a whole school process, so everybody using the same system. I just want to be clear on that because I feel like that's not being addressed.
So no, we don't know how this is.
No, but I think we would certainly we don't want to tie bathroom use to an academic component. So I think that's something we should look into and make sure that we're working collaboratively with our staff to make sure that those two things aren't tied together.
And then also I want to know, because I still see some all ed folks in the audience and up here, what are I'm putting you on the spot, Greg, sorry, and Ruby. What does this look like at the alt ed sites?
Well, at San Antonio, we use almost a similar app. It's called Smart Pass. And from there, either we could make the pass on our end, and we do the same. We just like show the teacher, it's visible to them so they are able to see it at no matter what time. Or we also could just raise our hand and ask the teachers to make us a pass on their end. And it works the same. We get about 4 minutes because our classes are really like close together, so we don't have to go traveling across the school or across places to have to use our restrooms. But it works the same way as in Petaluma High and Casa.
Thank you very much. It was really interesting. Okay, so next up we have the elementary math common assessment update.
So I get to update you tonight on there we go. Get to update you tonight on the work that we have been doing on the elementary math common assessments. So I know we've been working on this for a bit, but just as a reminder, the purpose of common assessments. So the first is just around consistency of learning expectations and creating an equitable environment where regardless of what school you're at, you're held to the same high expectations. So common assessments allow us to measure mastery of standards, to monitor student progress. They provide common data for collaboration, so teachers are giving the same assessments and can have common conversations about instruction and using those assessments to inform instruction. So common assessments give us a shared language for understanding learning, student learning, not to rank, but to respond. So our 24, I'm realizing I should run my computer, so I'm not turned sideways. So just to review what we did last year, last school year, 24-25. So we have two different assessments and different groups working on these for kindergarten and second grade. Last year was the first year of piloting a common assessment that a committee had chosen and working with Josh Dice the previous year. And so they piloted the assessment, they, input the data into Illuminate, which is a system that teachers are still learning to use. We had two district-wide grade level meetings. So we went to one site and all the kindergarten teachers met, first grade, second grade. And those meetings were facilitated to give teachers the opportunity to review their data and talk about what instructional changes they were going to make. And then during that year, the K2 math committee continued to meet. They were the ones that were designing the agendas. And ideally, there was one committee member to lead each of the grade level meetings. So they led in collaboration with the principals. So for grade 3 through 6, they were basically a year ahead of K2. So they had already piloted. And so they were implementing the common assessment, which was Math Annex. And then they also participated in those grade level meetings. We did not have the committee meet last year because that work was not done, but it wasn't an ongoing meeting at that point. So then after in the spring, I was hearing a lot of feedback about the K2 assessment. And so I did a survey, and this was the feedback that came back to us. They did find having a common assessment valuable, and it was a one-to-one assessment, which is difficult. It's very time consuming, but it let them hear the students thinking about each item. That was really one of the strengths of that assessment. They appreciated time to collaborate with their colleagues, and it gave them an opportunity to use Illuminate and to have a reason to learn to navigate it. Some of the challenges were they found that the assessment was not aligned with the curriculum or with their report cards, so they felt like it wasn't as relevant as they wanted it to be. The windows were too close together, so the assessments were given right on top of each other, so they couldn't even see if students had grown. Because it was not, it was not the most advanced platform, and so and it was not an online administration. So it didn't kind of give you the ability to just press a button and get all kinds of data reports. And then, you know, some of the grade level meeting facilitation was uneven. And so some of them felt like they needed stronger facilitation. So at the same time that spring, as we were collecting that feedback, the state let us know that we were going to be needing to implement a reading screener, a reading difficulty screener. And that came on very quickly. And they told us we had to adopt something by, I think it was last June. And so just as we are hearing that there's work we need to do around the K2 assessment, we're also hearing, oh, now you're going to have to launch this whole other brand new assessment. And since it's elementary, right, these are the same teachers, right? So we're not having different teachers for different content areas. So the same teachers that are doing the K2 math assessment are having to launch this new reading screener. And so we decided to go ahead and put a pause on the K2 math assessment so that we could take the time to talk about, okay, where do we go with this, and focus on the reading screener, which we had adopted Dibbles. And, you know, the one thing I want to stress about this is that it's still common assessment work, right? So the plan was to do math, and we ended up doing, you know, reading, but it is still the same work. It's still having a common assessment, common expectations, looking at the data together, grade level meetings, informing instruction. So I really believe that we're still moving forward in supporting teachers to engage in that kind of collaboration and that kind of thinking about instruction. So in terms of next steps, we, the K2 Math Committee will debrief. We did debrief. We looked at the feedback. And what the committee really wanted to do is look at other assessments. They felt like there's other people doing this work. You know, why do we have to reinvent the wheel? Let's see what other people are doing. And then decide whether can we revise what we have, or do we need to do something totally new? And so at our next meeting, I'm bringing back the research that I did about what other districts are using. And then we will discuss that and talk about how to move forward with that K2 assessment.
Yeah. If the assessment isn't aligned with anything, then it doesn't seem very useful to me.
I think the teachers would agree with you.
So are you looking at other assessments that may be more appropriate for?
Yes, more aligned and also more often, right? Having an assessment that you only do twice a year, that's really hard to have that inform your instruction. So in terms of 3-6, so also in spring, surprise, Math Annex got acquired by Amplify. So that kind of threw us for a loop, like, okay. And so now at this moment, we don't have any way to administer the test that we had decided was going to be our common assessment, because that platform went away. At the time that I did this, I didn't know as much about what was happening, but I know a little more now, and the news is better. So we did reform the 3-6 math committee, because obviously we need to have more discussions after finding out that the company was acquired. I did speak with Amplify, and it turns out that they acquired Math Annex because they wanted the test. So the good news is they took the test, they updated it, they put it in a kind of a fancier platform that does have the bells and whistles of the reporting features, progress monitoring. So it sounds like a promising possibility. So Amplify is going to come to our next math committee meeting and present the assessment. And my hope is that we can just roll forward with it. They're willing to give us it for free this year. So that gives us a really great opportunity to test it out and hopefully just keep moving forward with the work. And that is it. Any questions?
So would they also be able to do the K-2? I'm kind of with Ellen and confused about how this assessment came to be. That isn't, like, I thought teachers were the ones making the assessment. So how is it not in line with what they're teaching?
So the committee selected an assessment that was being used in another district.
Oh, okay.
And so what the committee reflected, because I wasn't part of it at that time, right? But what they told me was the hope was that the assessment was going to really engage students in higher level thinking, and it was kind of ambitious, right? It was very open-ended, rigorous questions, but part of what that meant is that it didn't align. And so she felt that, this person in particular felt like it had really gotten away. In the years they were working on it, they had gotten away from the alignment with the curriculum and the report cards. This test that Amplify has purchased/developed does extend K6. So it is a possibility that we could use it for all of elementary, which would be amazing.
And then that would happen when, like the 26, 27 school year?
So I definitely think we need to get a group on the 3-6 in the spring. I don't know if that's hopefully that's everybody. I mean, I have to talk to the committee about that, right? And but we definitely need to really get a good sense of what that looks like. And then maybe in the fall, 26, 27, we would be looking at K2. The Dibbles implementation has been really challenging. It's very new. And so trying to do something else on top of that, I think would be too much. I think we really need to focus on Dibbles and learn how to do that well, because it's also an excellent tool. It gives really good data. I'd be happy to share about that with you at a later point. But I think we do Dibbles this year and then K2 next year.
I'm just have so many concerns because we've been talking about potentially doing common assessments since the equity audit came out like February 2022. And then just like looking at the dashboard, the new data that just came out, we're in red for our ELs, our long-term English learners, students with disabilities, and then orange for our Hispanic identifying, homeless, and socioeconomically disadvantaged. And these groups just keep continuing to fall in the math category. And so I'm just like, so where's the urgency to serve our students? It's been almost 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
And like these children deserve to have the same education as everyone else. And we just keep pushing it off. It's not necessarily a question for you to answer, Gloria, but I'm just putting it out there. Like, it's just really, I don't even have words about it. I don't know if somebody else wants to answer. Superintendent Harris, somebody, because I don't see how we can just keep waiting to do this. This has been a long time. And how many times has Ellen asked for an update? I'm tired of hearing her ask for an update. So there's so many concerns that if we keep putting it off.
Can I respond? I don't know if
Yeah,
you
you
say something,
can.
Matthew.
We're asking you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I share your urgency and I share your dismay about the dashboard. And the fact that we have to do something like that's not. There's no, we have to. I know that we have more need in math in terms of performance and in terms of academic performance. I do think, so the DIPPLES is really about foundational skills. And there is something real about students' challenges with reading affecting their ability to perform well in math. So I do strongly believe that if we work around literacy, we are going to see gains in other areas. And if our students don't have those foundational skills of phonics and phonemic awareness and reading comprehension, like that affects everything. And so I do believe it's really worth the time to implement this DIBBLES assessment well. And again, I think it's going to help us build that culture of let's look at data together. Let's talk about these results together. Let's talk about how we improve instruction. And we are going to have my vision is that we would still have a team piloting K2 this spring. I don't see us being able to go full scale, but certainly there's got to be a group that is piloting, and the committee talked about that as well.
Right, because there's been money set aside in the LCAP for years for common assessment development. And so then to see it still not being implemented or prioritized. And I 100% agree about the ELA as well. My kids all went to a school that did Dibbles. So, and they are excellent readers, and I know it's benefited them. So I understand that as well. But this conversation about the common assessments has outdated the conversation about the Dibbles. So I guess that's just I'm just concerned that this is gonna get put off for even longer. And it will outlast at least 3 of us on the board. And then, I don't know, I just have some concerns about how long it's taking and our student performance. This is not okay to see these numbers. And then we're also seeing it affect our graduation rates for these groups of students as well. And the chronic absenteeism, and just all of the engagement and climate data. So
I do want to just echo that. I feel like math is the absolute wet blanket. Kids can't go through it in high school. Kids can't get through math 1. I know juniors still in math 1. My mom is a resource specialist. Some of her kids can't get through math 1 third time. Like, it starts so early, and by the time even in middle school, if you feel like you can't do math, you just don't do math. And so I think math is a super important thing, and there's a big disparity. I even noticed it just from witnessing at Petaluma High between the groups that are succeeding and not. So
And just, I mean, so I just want to add, yes, Dibbles K2, like the M class assessment is very important. It's linked to math because when you start to the older and older students get, the more language heavy the math is, and so you can almost, I mean, you can get to some 3rd, 4th, 5th grade assessments and math assessments that if you don't have the reading skills, you're not going to do well on the test. That's all aside. I share the frustration that we've been talking about this for so long to get common math assessments going. I mean, multiple years. And I remember it was about 2 years ago before I left when we had a group of teachers up here and said, okay, we don't want to do math annex. We want to do our own math assessments. We said, okay, we'll give you the year, pilot it, try it, see how it works out. This was more 7th, 8, 9. And if we don't get it done, then we need to implement math annex. We need to get something started. That has been now 2.5 years. 2.5 years. So I mean, I share, like, this has to get started. We know this is one of the missing links in our district. Talked about it almost 5 years ago that I mean, this is not like a novel thing that we're trying to do. This is every district I've ever been in or talked about successful districts have common assessments. Not because we want to, don't get me wrong, it's not about testing kids. Like, we want to test kids to death. That's not what we want to do. We want to have time for teachers to talk about best practices and see and learn and grow from each other. It's not about the test. It's about best practices for teachers. It's about aligning students. It's making sure that our expectations for students at CASA and Petaluma High and San Antonio are similar for a similar course, to make sure that math instruction at McDowell and Grant and Pengrove and McKinley, we're having similar expectations for students. I mean, it's very basic stuff, and we need to move this forward.
So then, if not common math assessments, then what are we doing in the meantime?
So 3-6 is going to be doing an assessment. So Gloria talked to me this morning that the assessment that's up here that we have been doing is just because the company was bought by another company, they still have that same or similar assessment that we should be putting in place. K2, I understand. I mean, it is what it is, but 3, 6, and then what we should be doing is moving into Math 1, looking at our our 8th grade accelerated math, right? Across the district, we've got 8th graders who are doing Math 1. Our freshmen are doing Math 1, looking and seeing how does that align across our district, and what are our expectations for students? Because Paige is right. Math 1 is a huge stumbling block for a lot of students, and you have students take it over and over again. And so then backwards planning from the Math 1, looking at how are we preparing students to be successful in Math 1, especially with new graduation requirements, 7-period day. I mean, the expectation is that students are going to be cruising through Math 1, Math 2, and I mean, I have 2 daughters who are in Math 1, Math 2 right now. It's making me sweat a little bit, helping them with their math. So, yeah, I share the urgency and the frustration that this isn't happening fast enough.
Well, and this did come up when we talked about adding the third year of math. The question was, well, what are the supports going to be for this third year of math? Because students are having a hard time getting through the first 2. And so now here we are with 3 years of math. And so I'm still asking, like, what are the supports then?
Can I add something?
Yes.
When I went to the Petaluma High School, I actually took a math support class my sophomore year because math my first year was pretty hard. But once I took that math support class in my sophomore year, that really helped me like open my eyes to what I was doing in math, and I was finally able to understand Math 1. Right now at San Antonio, I actually have a great math teacher. He teaches me a lot about what the actual life is about. He teaches about credit cards, and he actually goes into depth about math, not only what like the curriculum wants us to know, but like what's actually about life, like what you need to know. And I feel like those math support class, maybe if we make them bigger or if we extend more of them, maybe it could really help our students.
Gloria, I'm puzzled also, because it sounds like we had 2 years of piloting or doing something with K through 2. And then because the program didn't fit with certain things, we just decided to not do it. I just am, is that right? I mean, and now we're not doing the common assessments at all because of the DIPPLS program. I'm just kind of puzzled why we spent all that time for 2 years and then it's just done. Why can't they do both and just wait a year before you pilot another kind of test? Just use the test as a practice for common assessment best practices, right? I mean, then they can continue to have some kind of data, even though it doesn't work into their standards, or I don't know how it doesn't work into standards, but or their report cards. Does that make sense? I mean, it seems like I am totally flummoxed by this whole thing. And I just keep looking at that data that we all see. We can't go through another year of just, oh, let's do a pilot. We've done it. If that's going to be the result of a pilot is to do nothing, then let's get rid of pilots and just implement them to everybody and just see what happens. Because to just get rid of it at this point seems irresponsible on our part at least for me as a board member. So is there anything that you can do to maybe, or that we can do to maybe get this going a little bit better?
So, yes, I struggled with this myself, both in terms of understanding sort of what happened and how did we spend so much time and end up with something that like so many teachers are saying this isn't useful at all. And so I also struggled with losing that time and the work that was put into it with an overwhelming number of teachers saying this isn't helpful. And do we keep going forward with something that teachers are saying isn't helpful, right? They're not, it's not helping them understand what students know and are able to do. And a reality of those are all one-to-one assessments and they require, so last year we provided 2 sub days for the teachers to do the assessments. So we were doing, so it would be 2 sub days for the math assessment, 1 day for dibbles, potentially another day for second trimester dibbles, plus the elementary math, the elementary assessment day that teachers get. So now we're looking at potentially 5 sub days. So part of it was honestly, it was logistical and budget of how much time are we going to pull teachers out of teaching to assess and how much money are we going to spend? I think for second grade, there can be an argument about students being able to work independently enough to do a one-on-one test. Kindergarten, early first grade, no. That's just not, as a former first grade teacher, that's just not realistic.
I
So
guess
that was part of it too.
my issue is why pick and assess? I mean, obviously they looked at different ones. Why pick one that doesn't go with with the report card and all that? I mean, why choose that? And now you have to get rid of it. That's what boggles my mind. I thought the elementaries were on it. And so to hear that they picked an assessment, because we didn't impose that, they picked it, and they picked an assessment that doesn't work. So that's my confusion. It's like, how did that happen?
And I wasn't there, so I can't say for
Yeah.
sure, but
Okay.
what I've heard is that it is sort of a philosophical, like being more, yes, again, just that rigor and there's like the frameworks and mathematical thinking, focusing on mathematical thinking, whereas our report cards are more about like students like performing on more concrete skills. And so they went that way, and the teachers at large felt like, no, this is what's on the report card. Why don't we have data about this? And I think that's why the new committee is saying, let's just like, can we just buy something? Can we just use something that's already out there? Because I think they share that frustration of what happened. So let's just use something that's already out there and let's get going. So they also want to just move. I don't think the current K2 committee does not want to create something new. Their preference from what I heard was they want something that's already out there, that's going to be online, good data that they can just move forward.
So then if in that case, can we implement that in the spring then instead, I mean, just choose a program and start it? Is that not possible?
I
mean,
think
they
it's
already have
possible
what
to-
they want to do, right? In terms of it being a common assessment.
I think it's possible to pilot. I don't know about having everybody, all K2 doing it when they're still learning dibbles. Yeah, it's always that balancing act of like, how much can people do, right? And what do our students need, right? I definitely think like a pilot for the spring is doable.
Okay.
For
that-
K2.
At least we can get something. Did you have a comment then?
So first of all, Gloria, thank you for the update. Thank you for, I think listening to some frustration that's been built up. I don't have the full background from the last 4 years on how this has developed, but what I'm hearing is that there's direction from I think the board on we want to move forward versus another pilot or another 6 months to a year of studying. I'm also hearing from you the logistics of K1 of being quite tough. So I would question whether rolling out for just second grade is a potential step forward. I also want to acknowledge what I've heard that Dibbles is quite, tough is a completely different program from what we were using beforehand. The state only approved what 3 or 4 programs, and the one that we just got, I think, unified as a district on was not part of that. So that is, I get it frustrating for the teachers. But if we are going to move forward, I'm trying to think of ways that we can do it with the capacity. And if it's less, I think, or more doable for just second grade, I'd be interested if that is an option to move forward and then continue to roll it out, through first and K in next year.
And I think, yeah, thank you, Trustee Williams. There are ways of doing this. It's not about like, let's add more work on or more tests for the teachers. Like there are ways through the curriculum, even just, we all agree that here are the essential, that lines up with our report card to do. Cause I'm not trying to give a bunch more extra work to teachers. There's some things that everyone's do or can agree, we can come to some agreements and common assessments can look are going to look very different in that K2 area, K2 land versus Math 1 assessment up in ninth grade, 8th or 9th grade. Anyway, I think there's a way forward, particularly if teach, it sounds like it's how do we get the biggest hurdle, I think, is carving out that time for the teachers to meet. Because when I look at the presentation that you shared, a lot of the pros are getting to work with, because particularly at some of our smaller schools, right? If you only have one pure first grade teacher, or maybe there's a 1-2 combo as well. It's also getting some time with your colleagues at that same grade level to be able to have these conversations. And I mean, as a former teacher, teaching, I used to teach first grade. I used to teach 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade. Meeting with my colleagues and in Southern California, like we had common assessments. I found it so valuable, the time with my peers, looking at the same assessment around the same time. Anyway, I think there's a way to do this without making it a huge burden on teachers. That's not what I'm trying to do. I think it's actually really valuable. I found it incredibly valuable as a teacher. So
yeah. And I don't think it was ever initially thought of as being this huge onus on teachers. So definitely. Okay, well, I think we need to move on to the common assessments for secondary. Oh, are you doing it? Oh, dear. Oh, Whitney.
And so I will just say, thank you, Whitney, for your pinch hitting for Ed Services for Amy Fadidi, who's not here today. But Whitney, our principal at Kenilworth, is on the committee, is just recently joined the committee with, right, this year or last year? This year, with Amy, and so they're co-facilitating it. Yes.
And so I'm providing an update while she is. Yeah, good trade-off, right? Okay. Here we go. Okay. So I want to provide a little bit of background on the Secondary Math Committee. As Matthew said, I am co-facilitating it with Director Amy Fadigi this year, and we've held 3 meetings. But prior to our 3 meetings, I wanted to provide the background on last year and a few years back. So over the last few years, the Secondary Math Committee has identified 8 essential units across 5 math courses. So for Math 7, Math 8, Math 1, Math 2, and Math 3, they identified 8 essential units for each of those courses. And within those 8 units for each course, they identified 2 of those essential units designated for common assessments. So this work provides a foundation for increased collaboration within the math teachers and alignment across our secondary math programs. So that's where we started this year. We've held 3 meetings so far this year. At the first meeting, the committee reviewed the work completed in previous years to ensure that Amy and I were fully up to speed on what they had done over those 3 years. At the second meeting in October, we examined big picture CASP data to understand the overall student performance across the district. And at yesterday's meeting, just yesterday, our third meeting, we reviewed the essential units and discussed the next step, defining the essential standards and understandings for each unit so that all teachers have a shared, clear expectation of what students should know and be able to do at the end of each unit. This has become, we had a longer discussion yesterday in our meeting about this shared understanding, because with the essential units, the teachers on the committee said, okay, we identified the 8 essential units, we're ready to go for a common assessment. But really, that was just identifying the state standard. And so what do we want our students to know about each of those standards and be able to do by the time that they're done with that unit? That is the essential information, and that essential information creates the foundation for our guaranteed and viable curriculum. So for Math 7, we need to have an outline of everything that our students are going to need to know and be able to do by the time they complete Math 7, and that needs to be cohesive across the district. And so sometimes teachers are like, you want us to produce a paper where we have all this stuff? No, we're putting all of this shared understanding down so that everyone has those common expectations. And so not only is that great for our Math 7 teachers, but it's also essential for our Math 6 teachers, for our students coming into junior high, essential for our Math 8 teachers to know. And so the whole process really blends in the vertical articulation so that we can make sure our students are prepared not only for that level of math, but for the next and 2 and 3 levels on from there. So the secondary committee in this work in the first couple of meetings really has spent time clarifying the purpose of common assessments. And I know that's not going to be welcomed news given the last discussion, but it was really important to talk about the common assessments, that the common assessments are not the end goal, that we're not doing that just to have these common assessments and say that we have them. The common assessments reinforce the most essential standards, what I just talked about, our guaranteed and viable curriculum, so that we all know and can articulate to students and to parents what students have to know versus what's nice to know, that we can guarantee the have to knows are going to happen in our classes. And then if we have time, we will get to the nice to knows. They also, the common assessments, again, not the end goal, they are the tool that we use to support collaboration among our teachers and reflection on how to best meet the learning needs of our students. One of the conversations that we have is, okay, we have the standards, we all know what we need to teach, but if we really focused on teaching all of the state standards, that would actually take, if we're just looking at high school, that would take about 13 years if we were going to try to teach those. So it is our job to really look at what's essential and how are we addressing those to meet the learning needs of our students where they are. The common assessments, again, we discussed, are important because they shift our conversations from intentions and impressions. A lot of times in teaching, and I know I taught for 20 years, I'm pretty sure that most of my class knows this and that most of them passed the test. Instead of that, we're shifting the conversation to evidence-based discussions about student learning. So we're using those assessments for the tool, and these are all the things that we've been talking about in the committee, and I know that the panel knows, but I wanted to make sure you had an update on all of our discussions. And ultimately, we want to use the common assessments to align practices across every single classroom, every single site in PCS, so all of our students have equitable access to essential content and high expectations. One of the areas of concern for teachers is that was voiced in the secondary committee is that this meant that we wanted them to be lockstep. None of this is about teachers being lockstep. It's not even about them using the same exact instructional strategies or materials, but rather that we are working together so that every teacher ensures the essential learning outcomes are what's emphasized in our classes. So that is what our discussions have been the basis of. So where are we getting for next steps? So with those discussions, the secondary committee has not produced any common assessments so far. So our task, Amy and I, to come in and really get this thing moving for this year. And so our first step started yesterday, and we are going to work at the January PD day. Our committee requested time for our secondary teachers to meet. We are going to focus on Math 7, Math 8, and Math 1. As Matthew said, the Math 1 being bridging between our junior highs and our high schools. We're going to take those 8 essential units. We are going to then define the essential skills and content that our students need to know and be able to do on January 6th. Then we are going to use that information in order to help us use the smarter balanced interim assessments as common assessments this spring. So the smarter balance interim assessments are free to all California educators, and they are broken down into 3 different types of interim assessments. The first one is the interim assessment blocks, the IABs. Those focus on a larger group of targets, 3 to 8 targets per IAB, and each of them have between 10 and 18 items, which we can customize. So if we want to use it more as a summative or group a couple of the IABs together as a summative, we can do that. We can also use the FIABs, the focused interim assessment blocks, as common formative assessments as well, because those are 1 to 3 targets, and so they get even smaller into the standards, and they are a total of 10 to 15 items. There are some hand-scored IABs and FIABs, but most of them it's a computer-generated test for the students to take, and it is scored instantly, and it breaks down the data for the teachers. It gives the overall class performance for above standard, near standard, or below standard, but it also breaks down each student's individual scores. It also breaks down by question so that we can see that on question 10 and 11, none of our students got that correctly. We use that to inform our instruction. So I introduced the IABs and the FIABs yesterday at our secondary math committee meeting. Last year, I guess in the spring, they were trying to get access to those to determine if they were going to use them. But I am working right now on getting every teacher access to the interim assessments. But right now, they all now have the tools for teachers in the Smarter Balanced website so that they can use in order to prepare students, and as we're going through looking at the standards, what we need to include in those. Because we know time is the one resource that we don't have enough of in education, our teachers were concerned about when we do administer an IAB or the FIAB this spring, when were we going to all be able to meet to analyze data? And so that's when we decided that we would focus on grade 7 or Math 7, Math 8, and Math 1. And we would use the common assessment and then use the March PD day to really dive into the data and spend that time going through that first common assessment with the data, walking them through the process so we can make sure that they get a taste of the process and then administer a second common assessment later in the spring, so then we could replicate that process again. And I think I just did all that. We will support all of this work on our spring meeting dates. We will meet on January 6th. Then we have a committee meeting on the 26th, March 2nd, March 30th, April 27th, and May 18th. That doesn't mean, we talked about yesterday, that the entire committee needs to meet on those dates. We may just break it up and have one for BMAS 7, so we really dive in to the IAB or the FIAB that they're going to use, another for Math 8, and the next for Math 1. So we also talked about potentially getting together virtually on a Google Meet to analyze data if we needed to discuss, to pre-plan, so that we could really be flexible with our time, because our teachers didn't want to be out of the classroom in order to do all of this work. And so to make it successful, to make it doable this spring semester, we're going to break it into chunks.
Thank you.
A question?
I just got an email earlier today from a constituent who's a math tutor. And she pointed out a lot of good things. I'm not going to try and quote everything she said, but I want to make sure that we are using our assessments to do instructional alignment and evaluate curriculum, because if 90% of 11th graders don't know one thing that they should have known, it's probably not on teachers, but we need to figure out a new curriculum or something, right? Like, what is the threshold of us realizing that something's wrong with what we're teaching or how we're teaching? I mean, she was saying that there are high school students that don't know their multiplication tables, that there's students she's working with in 11th grade that don't know how exponents work, but they're getting A's in their class. So, I mean, I think she's writing out in the opposite of her self-interest. Like, she's trying to get herself out of a tutoring gig if all of our students are excellent at math. So I just wanted to voice that because I'm not sure if she is able to come tonight. Yeah.
And I think that's where the essential, really digging down into the essential standards and everything that for that unit, what do we expect our students to be able to know? And then when we give a common assessment on that, analyzing the data, going back, seeing where the gaps are, but also really then saying, okay, is this going to be important? And looking at it as far as leverage is concerned too. Is this a prerequisite knowledge or skill that they need for the next class, that they need for that class, for the end of the class, that they need for the next class or two classes? And if it's not something that's essential, then why are we teaching it? We can save that for if we have time for the nice to know, but really us drilling down on how we're going to build that math content and math skills with our students as they progress through our system.
Any other? Ellen?
This has been a long time coming, and I'm really glad that you're doing this, because when we first started talking about assessments, we had the elementaries and we thought they were right on. Little did we know that they picked an assessment that doesn't work. And the high school, the secondary said, we want to come up with our own. This was like, what? Yeah, several years ago. And I've been asking for them ever since. And so I'm glad we're finally seeing this. But it's all this, we will do this, we will do that. And, it's time to.
And I think part of it too with common assessments, I mean, I started doing the common assessments when I first started teaching. I just told Gio last week when the year I started teaching, and I think he almost fainted, but yeah, it was way before he graduated from high school. So, and I was lucky enough to land at a spot where we did common assessments to veteran teachers, pulled 2 brand new teachers in, and we did common assessments from the get-go. I've been leading teams in common assessments since 2003, and the thing that I notice most is everyone thinks that in order to be useful module, it has to be this huge summative assessment. And it's going to take all of this time, and not only time to administer, but time then to analyze the data and have the discussions. But really, it is so powerful to do common formative assessments and do them along the way. So that way we understand where our students' gaps are before we even get to the summative. So that way we can intervene, we can really bridge those gaps right then in the moment. And so we really, I think, also have to have those discussions in our committees, that it's not this grand thing that we have to do in order to have a really tremendous impact on our students and student learning district wide. We can have lots of small common formative assessments and have those really powerful conversations with just a little bit of data.
Yeah, I think sorry, Ellen. No, I think what you're saying is what Tony has been saying for the last 4 years. Like, it doesn't have to like literally exactly what you just said. So then I guess my follow-up question is, because this has been said, this is not new information for anyone. So then I guess back to Caitlin's, piggybacking off of your point, what is going to be the deciding factor in us actually moving forward? Like, is there going to be some sort of threshold, like this % of teachers or this % of students? I don't know. I'm concerned that we're going to go from pilot to pilot to pilot.
Well,
this isn't a,
no, well,
You're
we
gonna be
are
doing it
using,
across
right, we're
the
using the IABs or the FIABs, which are established, and they're adding more every single year, and they're connected. I'm sorry. Well, I mean, we're going to use those, see how they work, evaluate them, but continue to use those even if we decide to build our own common assessments as well. And so I said pilot because they haven't ever used a common assessment. So it's really using this one and then going through the process. And if we decide as we're using this, you know what, we could really build our own. We want to use these for these units, but we want to build our own and for more performance task common assessments. So this is just the starting threshold. And I know I hear you that it's been a long time coming, but really this is a great place to start. And I know my teachers at Kenilworth are really excited to do this this semester.
So we want to build our own is also what we heard 2.5 years ago. So I think that's also why I'm also a little concerned, but I mean, all we can do is.
but she's not.
That's why we're starting with these. That's why we're
starting with the smarter balance that's
But then
free.
she said,
Well,
that
no,
we're gonna
and
build-
eventually possibly building from that.
Exactly, that's a red flag for me. Is what
Yeah,
I'm
then we
saying,
just don't
because-
have them do that. I mean, they're not going to stop giving assessments. Am I right?
Correct. So if we really feel that the FIBs or the AEBs are really powerful, used in a formative way for formative common assessments, and we want to work to build a summative assessment, let's say for each semester for Math 1, Math 7, we can do that while we are still practicing how the whole common assessment process by using those that are already established, those that are scored for us, and give us the data. Because really building your own, if we're looking at a summative assessment, that's going to take a while, but we can't wait to do that.
We know
can't-
that.
Yeah, we can't wait to do that. So we need to do this while we're also deciding what is the format we want to use.
You're squeaky.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Good luck. It's a good start.
Thank you.
Well, or 4 years down the road.
Just for me.
First for you. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, ELOP program report.
Okay. All right. So I just wanted to start with a really a budget update, and then Jessica and Stephen are going to present on our summer program. So at the beginning of this year, so Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, ELOP, we got some bad news that our allocation had been reduced pretty significantly. So you can see so Petaluma City Elementary is one pot of funding, and then we get them for the elementary charters. And so we lost over 400,000 for PCS, 70,000 for Mary Collins, and 110,000 at Pengrove. So that was a total of $613,000 that was reduced from the year before. And keeping in consideration, we had a lot of carryover prior to that. So it feels like even more. And so, we were scrambling at the beginning of the year. Our contracts are for 1.5 million and our allocation was 1.3. So that made us very nervous. However, we have some funding opportunities that we're very hopeful about. The state had some excess funding around ACEs for the after school program. And so we have applied for a total of $300,000 for McKinley and McDowell, our existing ACES sites. We're pretty optimistic that we're going to get it. The state basically said, like, there's this extra money. This is how much you can apply for. That's how much we applied for. So that is hopefully going to be good news. They also, in what was a bit of a surprise, opened another round of funding for new ACES sites. So in the past, you had to have a pretty high threshold, something like 80% of free and students, 80% of students on free and reduced lunch. They dropped it all the way to 0%. They said, we've got a lot of money. We're going to fund as far as we can get down the line. And so we are applying actually for maxing out the funding at McKinley. McDowell's already maxed out, but then we're applying for all our other elementary sites. We're applying for over $800,000. And again, I don't know that we'll get all of it, but I feel fairly confident about McKinley and McNear in particular. But hopefully everybody will get funded. Also, the state legislature has approved an increase in per student ELOP allocation from $1,280 per student to $1,575. So the money's not in the bank, so we never count on that, but that has been approved. So we're anticipating getting that as well. So what that means is that we would be able to offer, well, first of all, that will get us to cover our contracts and then be able to offer an academic summer program again, which we couldn't do last year because we didn't have the funding. So just a quick update on our enrollment. So this first column is our enrollment at each site. And then the second column is how many unduplicated students we serve. So we receive funding to serve these students, the unduplicated students. We're required to serve 100% of them with the funding that we get. Because of the cuts in our allocation, for the first time, we had to put caps on schools and how many students they could serve. Because once we realized we didn't have enough money to serve what we had planned to, we had to really readjust. So again, our hope would be that we would then lift these caps and be able to serve all our unduplicated students. And then we've got a bit of a wait list right now, pretty big at Pengrove and Valley Vista related to staffing and an inability to find staff for those programs. So that's it for the logistical part. Any questions about that? Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Jessica for our summer elementary program update.
Okay.
Oh, and did I not click?
You did.
Oh, did
Yeah,
click.
you did. You did great. Hi, everybody. Some of you I met at a Boys and Girls Club community event. So hello again. And for those who I haven't met, my name is Jessica. I am the Expanded Learning Coordinator for Petaluma City Schools. And today, Stephen and I are going to share hopefully really good feelings about summer and how that went. We're going to talk a little bit about who the program served, what students did in the program, and some of the impact that we looked at. Oh yeah, this is not synced. So program scope, it was modeled very similarly to the 2024 summer program. It was at McDowell during 2025. It was a 5-week program lasting starting on June 23rd, going to July 25th. It was a 9-hour day, 8 to 5 p.m. Serving grades TK through 6, and that is the grades of the school year 2024 to 2025. Food and transportation were provided, and as Gloria mentioned, the only funding source for summer 2025 was our ELOP allocation. And so one of the key differences because of that, last year in summer 2024, we had COVID relief funding through ACES ESSER Summer Grant, and we were able to provide an academic enrichment model where PCS teachers were employed and were able to do intervention in math and literacy. Unfortunately, we weren't able to do that this past summer, but we work closely with Boys and Girls Club to offer academic programming and summer brain gain, which Stephen will share about. And so we brought our students together through this summer offering. We were able to serve 247 students all across the district at all of our 7 schools. And the way that we went about inviting students was to do it in 2 rounds. There was a first round where we really were targeting academic need for our students to primarily first offer to those students. And how we did that was our goal was 240 spots that were divided up based on the percentage of unduplicated students at that site in relation to the district. So each school got a portion of spots. We used STAR reading assessments for grades 3rd through 6th, which STAR reading assessments are the standardized assessments that I think you've heard a bit about it already tonight, but that help to measure student literacy and reading comprehension. So we looked at the STAR reading assessment for our students in grades 3rd through 6th, and then K through 2, we worked with our reading specialists, our principals, and our teachers to really identify who were the students that had the most academic need. And this was opened up for 2 weeks for those students to get priority enrollment and jump on it. And then we opened up to the whole district for all unduplicated students. And from there, our enrollment rose. And so some of the great news is that we met one of our big goals, which was to continue to increase enrollment. So this past summer, we enrolled 247 students, which is a 17% enrollment increase compared to 2024, which had 208 enrolled students, and even before that, 166. So it's great to see it going up. We also had a higher average daily attendance of 147 students on average attending compared to 138 last year, and even our no-shows went down. So that's also really great. We had 14% less no-shows with 23 who didn't show up to programming compared to 27 last year. Okay, and then the other way that we had to think about how do we allocate these spots is based on grades. We serve TK all the way to 6, and one of our key targets was early literacy, really supporting early literacy, and we did that by providing more spots for students TK to 3rd. And one of the other ways that we also support that for our littles, for TK and Kinder, is the ratios. So we have one teacher, Boys and Girls Club member to every 10 students. And then the ratios shift from 1st through 6th, where it's 1 to 20. Okay, and I'm going to hand it off to Stephen.
Awesome. Okay, so thank you guys. My name is Stephen Byers. I was here last year. Some of you guys remember. I do see some familiar faces. So this is my 2nd year doing the summer camp, and I am currently the director at the after school program at McDowell. So got some time under my belt. But just to go over the things I'm going to be talking about, I'm going to be talking about summer brain gain and the curriculum that it is that we cover, the enrichment and the physical activities that we did in the afternoon, as well as 2 culminating events that we did, and our weekly field trips. On the slides, there's going to be some quotes as well from the parent survey we sent out. So please make sure you guys are reading those as well. So just to begin with our enrichment, so our programming happened during the afternoon. We focused all of our morning with our brain gain sessions, and we split up our members depending on grade levels into color groups where they'd be assigned to different staff members, where then they would rotate from staff to staff in the morning. But the afternoon was focused more on our enrichment programming. So our programming is based on 5 core areas. We focus on academics, character and leadership, sports and recreation, the arts, and health and wellness. So all of our programs are targeted in those specific areas. And we do focus on engaging the members in a fun way where they're still learning and maybe sometimes not even knowing that they're learning. So going about kind of making slime and teaching them the different reactions of, putting a little bit too much glue compared to less. So those small little learning activities that they can still do. We also went on field trips pretty much every week. So these are all the locations we visited. And then we also did weekly pool trips for all of our members. So at each of these field trips, we were able to fill up a whole school bus. So a lot of our members were able to go. And from what we saw, more than 75% of the whole camp did attend at least 1 or more field trips. Some of the things we did at these, so Doran Beach was one of them, and we engage our members in a beach cleanup. So we pick up some trash before they're able to go and have some fun on the sand. Sorry. Now getting into summer brain gain. So summer brain gain itself, they are modules that are assigned per week. So most of our summer brain gain come with 5 different modules, and each module has a specific day. So they're week-long modules, and they focus on things like cultures. We focus on the academics behind, for example, one of our sessions is focused on the culture behind Japan. We detail what part and continent Japan is at, and in this specific kind of lesson, we focus on origami. So we teach them kind of the history behind origami. And then while we do that, we are also able to kind of step by step towards the end, show them how to make an origami. And then at the end, we have reflection time where depending on age levels, we're able to kind of pose questions like, what is it that you learned from this? Or what is a key takeaway? And obviously, our TKs can't write, but allowing them to come verbally, come up and show what it is that they learned, or if they are at the level where they're able to write, kind of be that be their ticket out, where they're able to write down what it is that their takeaway is. They are project based as well. So the origami, for example, is something that the members are able to take home and kind of bring back to their friends during the lunch transition or back home to their parents. So we do just focus on, like I said earlier, for our enrichment programming, it's the micro learning that we're able to teach them in ways where they're so engaged and aren't even aware that they're learning a little bit. And then the last thing that we did were the 2 culminating events. So we did a Camp Cella, which is related to the Coachella theme. And it was just different stations where the kids could come up. This picture right up here. We got some little pens where members were able to get little tattoos. There was a DJ that one of our staff just luckily had DJ equipment and was able to bring some speakers out, and it was like a freeze dance station, and it was accommodating for our youngest members to our older members. So those 2 culminating event, as well as our water week at the end of camp. It's a McDowell tradition to the last day of camp or school. It's a water day. So that's how we wrapped up the summer for this year. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, and now on to impacts, some of the data. So we put out a parent survey, and there's really 2 areas that we ask questions around. One is program satisfaction. As you can see in blue, strongly agree. Parents are very happy with the programming. 96% would like to enroll next summer. 93% would recommend the program to a friend. And I believe the bottom one is 85% or 86%. My child enjoyed their experienced at the PCS summer program. And then we also asked parents their sense of what was the academic benefit from to their child from participating in summer. And by and large, parents agreed to 3 statements: that there was an academic benefit to attending at during summer, that they did more math than they otherwise would have at home, and more reading than they otherwise would have. And what you see in red is actually students or parents, families saying not sure. So actually nobody disagreed, which is great. And then this next one is a bit of a doozy, so I'll walk through it, but we're really excited by what we found. So one of the goals with our summer programming and the way that we set it up is really that there's research showing the summer slide. So this idea that students, particularly students from low income families, can experience up to 2 months of reading loss during the summer. It can be even more in math. And what we looked at is really to look at the STAR reading assessments just before summer started, and then this fall for our students in currently in grades 4 through 6, and looked at how did students, unduplicated students who attended this summer, how did they do in those, the STAR reading, and versus those unduplicated students who did not attend. And what you'll see at just a high level is that students who attended summer outperformed students that did not attend. And this is specifically unduplicated students. And I also would like to mention that this data represents 60 students who attended summer and 248 that did not attend summer. And just going a little bit more into the details of this, the first thing that you see here is the average change in the scaled score between the spring to the fall. So that's really a metric from 600 to 1400. That is what did the student score on the test. And you can see over double of a score increase for those students who did attend. The next is percentile rank, which is a scale from 1 to 99. And that is really comparing a student's score to other students within their grade. So if you have a percentile rank of 75, that means you've outperformed 75% of other students in your grade. And you can see here that the average change in percentile score actually was greater, so 2.59% increase for students who attended summer. We have the student growth percentile, which that one is kind of similar. It's a scale from 1 to 99, but is really targeting what does that growth look like within this testing window? How much growth did we observe? And this is really a more interesting thing to look at, in that it's how the student is compared to their academic peers nationwide. So not just students within their grade, but also those who have a similar score history. And so again, those that attended summer had a larger growth in their percentile. And then one that's not on here, but I think it's worth mentioning, is the grade equivalent. So this is another thing you can look at to interpret the scores, student scores. And essentially, this is on a scale from 0 to 12.9, which represents all the grades that you can do from kinder to 12th grade, and the 10 months within the school year. So if you had a score of 5.3, that means that score is expected of a typical 5th grader. That's like 3 months into the school year. And what we actually observed was that students who attended summer had on average, a 0.5 increase, which is that their scores increased by like 5 months, essentially, is a way to look at it, which is actually more growth than would be expected even in a 3-month period for summer. Where those who did not attend, it was a smaller growth of 0.1. Okay, and on to the last little bit, always improving, always trying to do more for our students. So some of our plans for this next summer are to do earlier enrollment. We did manage to do slightly earlier enrollment than 2024, but we would like to start it even sooner. So parents are really assured of like, okay, this is where my student's going. And we think that will help with the enrollment numbers as well. We would love to increase enrollment for our underrepresented sites. So if you think back to that pie charts, we'd like to see some of the other sites, some more participation from some of the other sites. We would like to encourage participation in all 5 weeks of programming, get that ADA even higher. We will be using the new literacy screening tools, M-Class, that was spoken about earlier, to really look at that K through 2 age group to identify priority students. And then finally, hopefully the funding will come in. We would love to implement the academic intervention model that we had in 2024 as funding allows. And that brings us to questions.
I have a question. It's really just curiosity. When the average daily attendance is so much lower than the enrollment, is that just people going on vacations, or like what do we know what drives that?
I can speak a little bit to that. Stephen, if you want to chime in as well, but some of that is like planned vacations. We had parents let us know like, hey, when are you planning to go out? So that contributes to it. And then that would be one of the main things I would think, but
yeah, that is one of the main things, and the wanting to get enrollment out quicker, that's one of the reasons, because then we can mitigate those vacations, because parents are planning well in advance. And it's something we saw in 2024 where we had so many enrollments and we were expecting so many kids, but parents would communicate, hey, by the way, I'm going to be gone for a week and a half. And then and it's just all over the place. So that is one of the biggest things. And then extracurriculars as well. So a parent or kids going on like tournaments over the weekend or just camping. So those are things that also impact the daily attendance.
Yeah, you read my mind. I figured the earlier we can do enrollment, the easier people can plan their vacations around the 5-week camp. So awesome. Thank you all.
Anybody else?
May I just also too wanted to thank our partners, Boys and Girls Club. They do so much for us. And when we had that funding shortfall, they stepped up and said, we will raise funding for these other students that you can't pay for. So I just really want to acknowledge Stephen and Dana for being such amazing partners.
I agree. Thank you very much. That was wonderful. I think sounds like I'd like to go. You have an elderly one. Okay, any other questions? Okay, we're moving on. Thank you. Okay. We now are back. We're on to comments from the public on, now we're doing this, from the public on special recognition reports, presentations, and non-agendized items. I have 3. So let me read our board guidelines for public comment, and then we'll begin. Under Government Code Section 54954.3A, members of the public have the right to address the governing board on any items of interest, providing it relates to the subject matter jurisdiction of the school district. While Government Code allows speakers to criticize the district's policies, procedures, programs, services, and/or employees, the district does have a policy, BP 1312.1, specific to complaints against employees. Topic of interest, more. Sorry, where am I? That requests that the complaint must be, here we go. Topic of interest within the jurisdiction of the board. Should comments from the public pertain to a specific district employee, the board requests that the complaint first be submitted in writing to the employee's immediate supervisor for investigation. If the comment is about something that is not on the agenda, it will be heard only during the public comment on non-agendized items, period, which is now. Once that part of the meeting is over, comments will only be taken on agenda items during the discussion of those items. The board values public comments, and although we cannot take action or discuss items not on the agenda, we listen carefully and appreciate input from the public. Public comments are subject to a 3-minute per person limit or a 20-minute limit per subject matter. Commenters may not cede their time to others. All right. Alternative ed. I know, I got it right there. Thank you. I'm just seeing if there's a bunch that are together. So how many do we have? 1, 2, 3. All right, you'll all have 3 minutes. I believe Taryn was here before. Is she still? Oh, she's left. Okay. All right. She also had another one on the athletic program. So just tell her to write us, to email us what her comment was. Okay. Melissa McQuarrie. This is on alternative education.
McGarry. That's okay. That's okay. I've been a teacher at San Antonio High School for 19 years. And I realize you have to make some tough decisions about the budget. But as you consider making cuts, I'm here to advocate for alternative education students. As you know, we serve the most vulnerable, most disadvantaged students in the district. The PCS website says that the district is committed to wellness, with an emphasis on ensuring that every student has at least one trusted adult at school. Over the last few years, the Youth Truth Survey has asked students if they have a trusted adult to talk to at their school. San Antonio has consistently scored high on this test or survey. We are a district leader in regard to having a trusted adult on campus. The district has spent a lot of time and money training us on trauma-informed classrooms, and we know we have a disproportionate number of students who have experienced trauma or who have 4 or more ACEs. Alt-Ed students feel included, safe, and respected, and this drives their scholastic performance. Over the years, superintendents and boards have recognized that we help the district hit the over 90% graduation rate. While alt-ed schools account for 0.5% of the high school population, we deliver 12% of the total yearly high school graduates. We not only catch many of the students falling through the cracks, we get most of those students to graduate with a high school diploma. We have students who come to our school to get away from student conflict. Students who have had conflicts on the larger campuses have their own distinct space away from the larger schools at our campus. Over and over, we have seen examples of starved students who hadn't attended school in years, who have begun to attend school regularly. San Antonio students have robust access to support services such as mental health counseling, drug and gang diversion programs, and a Petaluma Health Center clinic on campus. Every year at our graduation ceremony, we have students speak. Many of you have heard these speakers.
It's 30 seconds. Sorry.
Their stories. Every year we hear the students attribute their success academically and emotionally to their close relationships with teachers. We ask you to consider all these factors as you make decisions about our students here at Petaluma City School.
Thank you. Kayla Bino, sorry.
Is this on? I think it is. Okay. I wanted to address some learning materials, so I have some things prepared. I have two children at the Petaluma City Schools. I'm here tonight as a concerned parent about things that are happening at Petaluma High School. Recently, my child brought home material, as in homework, from Petaluma High School that was inappropriate and extremely suggestive. This came from her English class. I trust the school to educate and to not turn their English class into a sex and gender studies class. The book they're currently reading has themes of sex and hiding underage sex from your parents, gender confusion, and body dysmorphia. This is not an isolated incident. Ms. LaShawn has assigned on more than one occasion work centered on sexuality, gender, and politicized themes that do not belong in an English class of minors. There's a clear pattern, and it's hard to see anything but this being intentional. I did bring this to Principal Napoli, and he told me that you, as the board, have approved these materials and materials that he actually did not know were being taught in class, that his daughter is in, by the way. I find this extremely concerning that we were not asked for consent. I've made the decision as a parent to sign my daughter out of sexual education, and it's actually just been implemented into her other classes. If consent was asked, this would be a different situation. When I addressed the school directly about this, I was told that I'm the only parent complaining, therefore I'm the problem, essentially. I also emailed a member of the board with a lack of response as well. I find it disturbing, if anything, that when we are, as a parent, choosing to sign our children out of classes that teach this, that the material is just being implemented elsewhere. I think that's a break of trust from the parents, and we trust our children with you every single day. I'm here to draw a line not only for that, but this teacher has also implemented other of her politicized ideology, which I just think does not belong in school at all, let alone in English class. Having our children do land acknowledgements and letting them know that they're on stolen land. I've had my daughter come home extremely confused on this matter, on why they are being guilted into feeling like they have an issue for just living here and being who they are. So I'm urging the board to look at this material,
30
to look into
seconds.
these books. I printed the quotes, I printed everything for Principal Napoli, and I was really made out to be the problem, which is why I'm here today. So I urge you guys to do something about this, to let the parents know that this is the material that's being taught. If there is sexual themes, I think that it is not your decision to implement that in our children's classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Romero.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sara Lucia. I'm a parent at Cherry Valley. Thank you to the board for all of your hard work in making PCS schools welcoming to all families and students. I was blown away by the presentation made by McDowell Elementary students today, which highlighted many of the programs thriving at their schools, in particular the dual immersion program. One of the things in the earlier presentation that stuck out to me was hearing one of the students stand here confidently praising the dual immersion program for how it creates students who are global thinkers and able to communicate across cultures. At Cherry Valley and Grant Elementary, the Hispanic population makes up about 11% of the student body, while at McDowell, it is closer to 83% and 50% at McKinley, according to the California School Dashboard website. I will end my comment with a strong recommendation that the board think of how it can allow all students to have access to language and create global thinkers. Allowing all students to have the opportunity for dual immersion is not only equitable and inclusive to all families, especially Hispanic families, although at a lower rate and percentage at certain schools, but furthermore, it has the potential to create a more equitable distribution of student enrollment from diverse backgrounds across all of PCS's campuses. Additionally, I learned yesterday from our principal that for the upcoming information night at Cherry Valley, there is no one available who is a Spanish translator. Not ensuring that all campuses across PCS provide Spanish translation or someone available to help answer questions for Spanish-speaking families continues to deny equal opportunity for those families to engage in our school and the many wonderful arts programs it offers, therefore limiting enrollment from those families at schools that do not have dual enrollment or Spanish-speaking staff. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Heather Gallagher? Hello again.
Hi, you guys. Thank you guys for everything you guys do for our school district. It's amazing. Just the layers of work you do. And thank you. There, I didn't feel like it was on. I didn't hear that reverb. Thank you for taking my public comment earlier when it wasn't the right time.
That's fine.
But this one, I'm doing a public comment on the athletics presentation. They said that CASA has 608 students and 90 coaches, and Petaluma High School has 663 athletes and 90 coaches, a total of 1,451 people that are playing on the artificial turf fields. And I am concerned that there isn't anything in the safety handout to address the hazards associated with artificial turf. In the NCS-CIF training, are there hazards of the artificial turf included in best practices for student athletes? Does the Petaluma City School Coaches Handbook include safety policy that incorporates best practices when conditioning, training, and playing on artificial turf fields by addressing heat stroke, as artificial turf is several degrees higher than natural grass, microplastics, and infill coating hands, clothes, and gear with toxic materials? Are they recommending athletes to minimize particles from entering home by cleaning gear and clothes from particles sloughing off of the artificial turf? The city of Petaluma recently addressed posting Prop 65 warnings on city fields to alert athletes and the greater community of the exposure when using these fields. Does Petaluma City School District plan to include these warnings on their fields? Do they recommend athletes refrain from eating while on these athletic fields to reduce the potential for ingesting particles from artificial turf fields, which build up in the
30
GI and the blood
seconds,
system?
Heather.
Do they recommend cleaning wounds to reduce microplastics from entering the blood system? Across the country, artificial turfs are being removed and banned in cities, towns, and districts to reduce exposure to the most vulnerable communities. Zero Waste Sonoma is currently proposing Sonoma County to consider an artificial turf ban. Will our districts follow suit? CASA and Petaluma Health Center both have artificial turf. CASA's field failed and flooded, causing additional. Oh, is that over? Dang it. I have so much more to say. Thank you.
I didn't think you heard the 30 seconds. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you, Heather. Courtney Lauer, is that right?
Hello, good evening. I will make this brief. I am here also as a San Antonio teacher. I am an RSP teacher there, so I'm giving you the special education perspective. We urge you to consider the implications of the data I'm about to impart to you in future budget decisions. Over 90% of San Antonio students' quantiles, or math abilities, and lexiles, or reading abilities, fall in the elementary range, some as low as second grade. For perspective, math ability needed for most careers begins at 10th grade. Median demand for college is 11th grade or above. According to the Lexile Career Database, lexiles for construction workers range from 8th to 10th grade. Given all of that, it might not surprise you to know that nearly 80% of students who took a spelling test I administered this week of high frequency PCS vocabulary spelled 3 or more of those words wrong. They include accountability, diploma, readiness, literacy, graduation, budget, equity, requirement, attendance, and university. The top misspellings include readiness, requirement, university, and diploma. This data is not an aberration. In fact, most students at San Antonio share similar learner profiles. And those students graduated this year and in years prior. Our students don't start with us, but they do finish with us. But without schools like San Antonio, future graduation outcomes for our students are at best uncertain or at worst predictable and avoidable. If you have questions, and you really should, please email me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. I know you all had to sit for a long time for this. So thank you. All right, we're moving on to adoption and approval of the agenda.
I move to adopt and approve.
I second.
Okay, all those in favor? Oh,
we have a.
you have a
sorry.
change.
Did you have a second or?
Uh,
Doesn't matter. We need to pull, so yeah, 17.3.1. It's the
Yeah.
First read new course proposal for
Beginning line.
beginner line dance. The committee, we added these, the committee met last night. The committee did not want to move forward with this. This is the only one.
I
This is
move
ready
to,
for it.
I move to table 17.3.1 to the first meeting in December. Or
Second.
table
I
indefinitely.
don't know if we table it.
Okay,
until-
table indefinitely.
Table it until we.
Table
read.
indefinitely. Okay.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
I move to adopt and approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. So now we're a report on activities and correspondence of our school board members. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to read these off for the school board members, and then for our student board members, I'm going to have you guys do your own. And I'll do Jessica's. Okay, so our board members went to the California Legislative Staff Education Institute as a panelist, SSU Counseling Program panelist, meeting with the Family Resource Center and the City of Petaluma, Kenilworth Girls Basketball Team, Casa Girls Tennis Match, Casa Girls Basketball Games, Grant Site Visit, McDowell and McKinley Volunteering, and Historic Chinatown Park Plaque Ceremony. I saw the little things downtown for the Chinese Park. What is it called?
Chinatown.
It's called Chinatown.
Historic Chinatown Park.
Okay. All right. And we had Valley Vista Dia de los Muertos celebration, meeting with the superintendent, VAPA meeting, Budget Advisory Committee, Casa Grande performance of the Breakfast Club. Awesome.
It was really good.
That's so cool. The McNear Peace Pole ceremony. We had the North Bay Labor Council dinner, Lausanne State of Healthcare Forum. Wow.
The state is that it's bad.
Yeah. Not surprised.
Yeah.
And then our LCAT meeting. And then we had San Antonio Hispanic Heritage Month celebration, anti-racism training and coaching, McDowell visit, Climate Action Task Force. We did office hours at Kenilworth. I did a Cool Petaluma is doing a big thing from their roundtable. And so there was an urban garden work group, which I attended, the bond implementation review, Petaluma High School American government panel discussion. And so do you have something to I think did I get you? Yeah, I don't have it. Okay. I just wanted to. Yeah, go ahead.
Comment on, I forgot to write it down, but I attended the San Antonio and it was
It was
wonderful.
So fabulous.
The food was amazing. The energy, it was just a wonderful, wonderful celebration.
I met with Jessica and Esmeralda and talked about our bathroom policy, and so it's super exciting. But it was cool to see like how it works, obviously, like a meeting and presentations and stuff. And then my youth and government program went to Camp Roberts, which is a military base, and so I basically like pretended to be a lawyer for the weekend and learned a lot about government and legislation and stuff. So it kind of relates to this. And then I have a yoga club. I'm the president of yoga club at my school, and my advisor for ASB is a professional yoga instructor at the Yoga Post, and she holds classes during the school day during advisory. So we have a really big turnout, and everyone likes it. Even all the boys come and do yoga, so it's fun. Everyone's like serious, which is cool. Yeah, you should come. I'm like, this class costs $40 if you go after school. Just come to this, and everyone's like, okay, and then they all like focus. So yeah.
Ruby.
All right. At San Antonio, we recently had a field trip to the college in Marin, the Indian Valley College, and a lot of our seniors attended to that. It was honestly great. I didn't expect that many students to actually want to join us on that field trip, but we were able to. We went to a couple of different type of career places where they were showing us what classes to take, what's like new to us, different things, because a lot of things that they offer there at San Antonio, it's really enclosed because we don't have that many extracurriculums or stuff like that. So when they open those doors to our students, like mechanical engineering and all those things, our students are really interested. And actually, one of our students is already signing up for the spring semester at the Indian Valley College. So I'm excited for that. And we also have our 7th annual gingerbread competition for the Petaluma Hotel, and we've been working on that. It actually is the day after Thanksgiving, so we have to get that ready before next week. And it's crazy because they've been doing this for 9 years, but this is our 7th year being in that. So we've been with them most of the time. They've been doing it. So I'm proud of that. And I also wanted to talk more about the event we had on October 15th. Our students loved it. I think it was a hit. A lot of our students were participating. Nobody left, nobody this and that, because usually we have mentor days where a lot of our students leave because they don't want to stay there for like presentations, for little events we have. But a lot of our students, we didn't see any students leave. So we're proud of that. And then we have our financial aid workshops on Fridays, and those are super helpful and resourceful to our seniors that are graduating, because we don't have them just like right now, like spring semester, this and that. We have them throughout the year just in case different students are graduating different grading periods. They're able to do those on their own for when those like spring semesters do come. They're able to do it, or just like stuff like that. So I'm happy with those. And I was actually able to fill out my financial aid the other day for this. Yeah, so I'm excited, but I'm also a little nervous. But yes.
That's wonderful. Well, I think it was those pinatas. They were able to really, like, those
Yeah,
are
first year.
so funny.
Actually, we didn't finish doing all of them that day, so our students are like, can we do them during break? Can we do it during break? So we were able to finish those last couple ones that we weren't able to do that day. So I would say they love that event. And we're actually thinking about having like a potluck for Christmas. So we're trying to figure that out.
See? It's really great. It's the advantage to having such a small campus.
Yeah,
and
right.
We're very much community.
Collaboration.
Yeah, exactly. Share bats. Okay, so then Jessica had to leave, and so I'll just read what she sent me from Casa Grande. During this time, she was working with Miss Noon and another teacher at Casa, Sarah Swazi, to start up a food pantry where students can bring home food for their family during this government uncertainty. Our plan is to keep it until winter break, since the holidays can be financially tough on families. And since it seems like the government is open, but there's still lots of pain and uncertainty. In ASB, they're starting our Dream It project, where all the students pair up and create an idea that can help improve the school by using some of our allowed money in some ASB funds. My plan that I would love to present is prioritizing safety in the student parking lot by posting yielding signs, as well as making the curb outside the parking lot red, so students can turn safely without cars shielding their view on oncoming traffic. I can't believe we don't have that.
Yeah. And it's totally.
Yes, exactly. So anyway, I've been working out the details with Ms. Noon, and I'm very excited to present this idea to my ASB class, since that parking lot applies to every student. Okay, so thank you guys for your participation. It's fabulous. Okay, moving on. Any other comments about anything you guys did? Okay. Okay. Now we have comments from the public on consent items. Seeing no one rushing forward, we will move on to approval of the consent agenda by consolidated motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Any questions?
I do have one about the absence policy or the ARs. And I don't know if this is the right place to put it or for it to be addressed, but when my kid misses a class, like today, she missed a class. Like I don't get the notifications until 5:04 p.m. I don't know why they come at 5:04, but I forgot what class she missed. I don't know. But she, like, what if she was kidnapped or something? It's like second period, and then there's no alert until 5 o'clock. So that's still, if we're talking about the absence policy and safety and all of that, that's a concern because it's happened a few times.
Sure. The AR, what we're bringing forth for approval today doesn't get into the details around notifications, but we do update all of our coding and our timing, and I can take that back and we can look at district wide and make sure that those are earlier. Yeah.
And is that district wide? I mean, is it different by school or, I mean,
So in the past,
That's-
those have been set up school by school. And so it is something that we need to go back and look at. Yeah.
I can have Jalen ditch a class tomorrow and I'll tell you how quickly I can.
I'll have Sienna ditch a class too. Because I think, I don't know. Yeah, okay, thank you. Interesting.
Okay.
So I have several items on the consent. We're going through through the business services consent items too, and okay. So I have number one, I just want to flag that I'm going to abstain from the approval of the minutes for October 14th. I haven't had a chance to fully review that meeting and I cannot approve that. But on the purchase orders, I saw several what seemed to be maintenance items that could have been, I guess, it seemed like could have been paid from like the facilities fund. And when we are going into a kind of a crunch with the general fund dollars, I just wanted to double check to see why the general fund's being used for items that look like they could come from either fund.
Though it was the general fund, Fund 01, it was not our unrestricted resources that were used. Those were all charged to resource 8150, which is our routine restricted maintenance. By law, or excuse me, by ed code, we're required to set aside 3% of our annual operating budget to pay for routine maintenance and operation items. So they've all been, I checked the list and they were all charged to that account.
Fantastic. Thank you for.
And I think just in general, the philosophy, I mean, you try using the most restricted funds first, and that's, Amanda's all over that. Yeah.
Great. Ratification of contracts. I had one question on, let me pull this up. On ProCare therapy. Can you explain this contract and whether this is work that we have the capacity to do in-house or why it's being contracted out?
Yeah, that's a great question. This is for a position, I believe the person is out on a leave and we did not have subs to fill it. I believe this contract specifically was for SOCC.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, as I said it. And it is a legal requirement to have this. So we often, if we can't find subs that are qualified, we will fill in with contracts, but we always look for subs first.
All right, thank you.
And we fixed the dates on two of
Yes,
the
there's a couple of dates.
spreadsheets.
And then I don't know who's the best to answer this one. Sorry, let me pull it up. But again, I missed the first reading of this, so I don't know if there was a conversation on some of the new policies that are being put for. I don't know if there's major changes. It was already on, but I have a couple of issues on in particular on the recovery of property loss or damage. There's a reference to contacting law enforcement that's vague. This seems unclear. When there's vagueness or, that's going to be applied differently to different students or through different administrations, and consistency or threshold, it would seem appropriate. In addition, I have.
Is in like a dollar amount or a vandalism or?
Yeah, I mean, it just is like, someone's having a bad day and smashes their Chromebook and, so they get the police called on them. And I would not, like, I seem we're gonna be voting on that right now.
Yeah.
And then there's also like in lieu of a civil lawsuit, the student can work off outstanding debts. And like, that also is unclear to me about how like the money is calculated, and it just says will be in compliance with like labor laws, which is okay, but just very curious about the history of this and
Amanda.
some of the vagueness of this policy.
All right, great questions. I'm trying to pull up this. It was discussed at the October board meeting, and I believe I'm trying to look up. This might be a policy. I believe this one was a new policy that the district has not previously had. So every quarter we receive updates from CSBA on board policies. A lot of times, if there's new laws or regulations, or if something's outdated, it's kind of like a look at your policy. And there was a list of policies that we previously did not have. So this one specifically had updated language. The language was taken right from CSBA's recommendation with a slight change to, instead of saying, now says highly encouraged, instead of must. I'd have to look back at my notes. We did make so this policy actually, it's because we have one meeting a month now. We actually discussed this specific policy, I feel like, for quite some time. And that was where we landed on that. I'm happy to look to see. I'm going to guess that a lot of districts have the same language because this is CSBA's recommendation, but I can look to see what other districts do. Putting an amount on things is hard because people can't always quantify what something is worth, and that can cause confusion. I'm also trying to look at the language that you are referencing right now as we were discussing this.
The district may offer a student or former student the option to provide service worker other alternative non-monetary forms of compensation to settle the debt. And this just seems like the series of articles where you had kids or parents working off like cafeteria debt. I know this could just be like a bad day for a student, but like this is the kind of stuff where, seeing it for the first time over the weekend, I have questions. And if this is something that's not on the books right now, I want to digest this. I would ask my colleagues to digest this a little bit more, think through some of the specifics and, again, the vagueness in this policy, and table this to the next meeting.
Okay. Would you like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to table.
Can I ask a clarifying question, Ryan? you're talking about the regulation, right? Or
the AR.
the AR or the,
That's what I'm looking
I think it's in the AR.
And when are the police?
yeah, it is
called?
in
I
the
don't
AR.
remember.
Okay. So this first part that says consulting with law enforcement, is it that or is it the debt part? Oh, I see. It's both. It's also on the AR.
They're both on the AR.
Uh-huh. Because I know like when, I don't know, it's been a long time since I've been in a discipline hearing and Esmeralda to help me out here. Because I know sometimes when a student has like a suspended expulsion, it's like, you know, there's all these stipulations and one of them can be community service. And I'm sure that there's just like a number, I don't know, 25 hours. So I wonder if Ryan's concerns could be addressed, you know, when we bring this back with like, is there a specified amount of hours that we're asking students to work off damage? Like the Chromebook is like $150 or something that we have to prepay. So is there like I don't know, hourly amount that kids have to work off if they smash their Chromebook on a bad day or something?
And I just want to note, like, this is not, we're not talking about cafeteria debt. Someone still owes for
I know.
cafeteria. This is willful damage of property. Okay, so make sure.
Yeah, and it does, it will say conduct a complete, the district or the superintendent or designee will conduct a complete investigation, which includes consulting with law enforcement officials when appropriate. So there's that piece of it. And then on the second piece, I am not aware that it is a current practice that we have people work off debts here in this district, but in previous districts, it's generally minimum wage is if that is something that goes forward. So that's how it's quantified the amount of hours.
I just feel like this is the second reading, so we've already gone over all this, so.
Well, no, none of us really brought that this part up.
So there is a vagueness. There is like, oh, we're putting into, you know, policy, like stuff that we've never done. And like right now, this current iteration of the administration is not going to do, but like, it just takes one, you know, very upset principal one again. And again, it's going to be like, so, wealthy students and their families can pay off the debt, but are low income or, you know, or will have to like be shown like, or like, you know, you have to work at the school. Like it's.
I feel like
I
I feel like you could just require everyone to pay off the debt via minimum wage work for the school district. Like even the wealthiest kid their parents can't write a check. They have to. They have to work 15 hours.
That's where the
And just have it set at something. Student has to work $20 an hour until they make the price of it.
I will
I don't hate that.
offer that I know this isn't a policy under the 5,000s in terms of student discipline, but I will say that it is common that we would have a restorative approach in lieu of suspension to property damage, is that you're doing something to beautify the campus, to restore the harm and the damage that was done. So that is a practice that is currently in place, separate of this particular property damage. So it's not unheard of. And in fact, that's what we would want to do to repair
But that's not what this policy says.
Yeah, I think
hear
that's,
that.
yeah, I think.
Clarify
yes,
it to
just
like align
clarify it.
more with the
Yeah.
student discipline
Yeah,
policy.
so maybe
in terms
that's
of
what
that.
we could,
Yeah.
that's what I would.
Yeah, so I would like table this and,
fair.
and I can take,
And
I guess I'm volunteering myself to take point to, I think, align it with our other policies, currently on the books.
And I just want to voice what we did talk about last time was we are looking at a big budget crisis and we do need to have a mechanism to recoup money. Like if someone pulls the fire alarm and there's a ton of water damage, I mean, hopefully RESIG would cover it, but I do think we need some mechanism to recoup money in the case of actual damage. So I don't know how that fits in too.
Yeah.
Because I agree that I don't want it to be disproportionately affecting. And I mean, yeah, like consulting with law enforcement when appropriate. Is it only appropriate when it's a Black student in trouble? Like, no, we don't, that's not what we want to be doing, but,
Yeah.
We can't afford to fork out $100,000 like for the freaking fire department fines when someone pulls the thing.
Even when Resig covers every instance that is reported to Resig, just like your personal insurance, we do have a deductible for every single claim submitted. That ranges from $1,500 to $12,000, depending on the type of claim.
Yeah, I feel really uncomfortable about indentured servitude. I think we can take that out. I really don't want to sign on to something where, you created a debt by something that you did, you did something wrong.
There's nothing wrong with some community service.
No community service,
Yeah,
but no,
yeah.
this is payment. This is paying it back by working. That's what the thing says.
You gotta work 20 hours to pay off your
No, but
$150.
community service is different in my mind. I think absolutely community service should be in there, not paying it off by working at $20 an hour.
But that's basically what we're asking. Like if my kid, because she can't even get a work permit, she's 13, damages her Chromebook, then she has to do 10 hours of picking up garbage at Kenilworth. That's the same thing. It's community service for this many hours, which equates to this many dollars.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think that's what this is saying. Or
that's
maybe
all I'm
we're interpreting it
Oh,
differently.
no,
That's how I'm
interpreting
interpreting
it is that you actually have to work at the school with the supervisor and all of that. That's what
Yeah, to pick up the garbage after you broke your Chromebook.
And then you get like a little.
Well, then are we taking away CSEA jobs if we
$20
replace our
an
custodians
hour
with child
off.
servants?
But I think we already do that with the community service when they have a suspended expulsion. That's part of the
If we
agreement.
could just be more specific about that, since
Yeah.
there is that, I agree with you completely.
So I'd like to make a motion to table BPAR 3515.4 to the next meeting.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
And I move to table the minutes from October, or not table, to pull the minutes from October 14th from the consent agenda so that Brian can abstain,
okay.
if anyone wants to
So I
second.
need a second.
Can you just pull them?
Huh?
I think you just, I don't think you need a second to pull an item off consent. Because it's no longer consent.
Okay, you don't, that's over. Okay. Okay, we have a motion on the table to table.
No, we
We did move to table. We did move to, yeah, but then there was another one. All right.
That agenda as a.
Right.
And then we need to.
That's what I was gonna do, and then I heard this other thing. Okay, now we're gonna, do we have a
I move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it passes. The consent as amended passes.
And I move to approve the minutes for October 14th, 2025.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
All right, very good. Comments from the public on action items. We see no public. Now action items. Here it is. We have the approval of the landscape assessment and recommendations from Calendar Associates Landscape Architects, Inc.
I move to approve.
Second, anybody for a second?
I'll second, either way.
Any discussion?
I was really excited by the everything landscape and proud of myself for recognizing some of those plants as things that are growing in my yard. Thank you, previous homeowners. Yeah, I can't take credit, but it is really exciting and I hope it makes it both like easier for future projects, but also more uniform, but not too uniform. Like a lot of thought and strategy went into it and everything was very low water usage, which is obviously great. So yeah, I'm excited.
And non-invasive.
Good. Anything else?
Yes, I want to highlight the comments from Deb Fox from the city of Petaluma. That while we are building this out, check in with them and potentially some of the volunteer groups. I know plants can be a passion in the community, and we should use that passion for good versus getting yelled at that we use an invasive species by accident. And so just want to again highlight and she I think offered up some of the work that they've done and experience. So I just want to make sure that the district is working with that assistance with the city as we're building this out.
Okay, and I think I just would reiterate that trees are always good.
I also agree that the bigger the better. It's always
We can't
when
spend the
go
whole
to
budget
get-
on trees.
We
Okay.
could have one really nice tree or
Yeah. Future Amanda's yelling at you as paying a budget for like cutting it down in 20 years. Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, we have a motion on the table, not a table on a table. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Yay, we have a landscape assessment. Woo! Okay, now we have number 2, approval of facility contracts for November 2025. You could explain how this is.
Yes. I've noticed over the last couple months, and I think Trustee Webster brought some questions last month about we really use the term facilities interchangeably for a lot of things. So one of the ways we thought we could make changes is that our traditional maintenance and operations that are our routine maintenance charges will stay on the traditional contract spreadsheet that was brought forward during consent. But now that we're getting ready for bond implementation, our facilities, which is our capital facilities project. So basically our bond developer fees, our bigger projects are going to start overtaking that spreadsheet. And it's also, I think, may help with a lot of the questions and confusion in the future on when we're looking at budget cuts. Why are we also approving hundreds, thousands of dollars of contracts? Bringing it to action does allow the board easier to have the conversations and to ask the questions for the contracts themselves. So that's why it's presented different this month. And if you guys think it works, we'll try it again or not.
Great. Okay, can I get
I move to approve.
I second.
any questions about the facility contracts?
I suppose that like I do like being this broken out.
Me too.
These Casa Grande High School restrooms are going to be top of the mark, it looks like. So that's great. And then looks like we are I know how hard you worked, Amanda, like on the the unexpected high enrollment at Valley Vista, and so the portable facilities, like that was completed, and what's your, I guess, 10-second recap of how that went, and how they're being utilized.
Yeah, great. The Casa bathrooms is part of the bleacher project, and we required ADA accessibility. So this is not fancy toilets. This is going to be a whole beautiful new bathroom that will actually allow for ADA access. So we're super excited about it. And then I can say this now that I'm bringing forward the notice of completion for the Valley Vista. This is the only project that we've had in months that hasn't had any major hiccups. Unfortunately, they are temporary. We did go for temporary for 3 years. So DSA approval for that is a little easier. This is one of the first projects that Van Pelt
helped pick up and has made the process a lot easier. So they do not have restrooms though. That would have been extremely expensive to bring sewer into the thing. So restrooms would have been wonderful, but they were not within our budget and the scope of work, because then we would have sewer lines, which will eventually become a play area again too. So other than that, it was great.
Any other questions? Okay. Yeah, I know. I need a, we have had, okay, we need a vote. Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Our facility contracts have passed. Good. Comments from the public on discussion item? No public coming forward. Discussion information only. FY 26 seabeds enrollment update. Amanda.
I really hope that this was shared with Carl. The seabeds update? No?
Have it.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, it's on the website.
So as that gets put on the screen, I will go ahead and get started. I believe it was in September, I brought enrollment update to the board, projected versus day 10. And then I said that I would bring an update back after Census Day. Census Day is the date that we use for our projections for our LCFF calculator, our enrollment, our attendance certification for the year. So this becomes a very important snapshot in time, though we do receive actual funding on the days attended, and it's a lot of paperwork and a lot of math to get to the true number. This is what the state shows on the CDE website. This is what we use for the information for our budgeting and stuff like that. So
Excellent.
yes.
Any questions about this? Nope, it looks good. It looks
Okay.
pretty
Yeah.
consistent.
So one of the great
Yeah.
things that we did notice is that we saw actually some small increases, which does not always happen this time of year. So that was good. No major declines at any of our sites. We had a couple that went down too, but for the most part, we saw an increase enrollment in 2 to 3 students at each of our elementary sites. Our secondaries stayed pretty, junior highs all stayed really consistent. And our high schools, Petaluma High had the largest increase
Yeah.
of like 6 students. And it's like, where did you come from? So yeah, exactly. So other than that, everybody else stayed. That was, yeah.
Wonderful. Okay.
Share screen. Oh, there we
Did
go.
you get it?
We don't have the clicker either
Oh,
because
I
I'm
thought
in
we
the
were
wrong
done.
spot. Use the head cold. So if we just want to do a quick scroll, that shows everything we just discussed. Yeah. 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 He has that. I do believe that we shared it with Karen. Do you have
Okay.
the implementation?
Do you have the
plan?
implementation plan that's the next thing on the agenda? We don't have to do this
Yeah.
anymore.
Yeah. The next presentation.
I'm sorry, I stayed over here. We're trusting those spots and then we'll keep our own. I know, right? Trust the round numbers.
Yay.
Yeah.
Okay, we're moving on to the Measure AA and Z implementation plan. This is where, thank you. This was a very long meeting. We really appreciate you being here. Yeah.
Van Pelt was lucky enough to join us at our board study session
know.
at 4 o'clock this evening, and Kelly is still here, so. oh. So,
Amanda,
I'm gonna go.
before we start, I think I know that I don't know how many people are watching this or will be watching this in the future, but I think it's important just to restate that yes, we are in a budget crisis. Our general fund we are having, we are needing to make some major reductions right now to our general fund. About a year ago, the community passed measure AA and Z to fund for a bond fund. Bond funds are very separate than the general fund, and we can only use bond funds for facilities, upgrades, building, et cetera, et cetera. And so we cannot intermix the two. So we hear it over and over from community members. How can you say that you don't have money you're having to make reductions while you're building a pool at Casa Grande or whatever it is? Well, because two very different funding sources. So.
All right, thank you. So as earlier today, we held our study session on our facilities master plan, our energy master plan, and our landscape master plan. That was all we've been spending the last year to prepare us for bond implementation. Just to do a quick recap, due to fluctuations and variations in the market, we did sell our first series of measures Z and AA last spring. Generally, when you receive a bond from the voters, you sell them in 3 sets, Series 1, Series 2, and Series 3, and you then do your implementation plan around 3 series. Generally, you take an implementation plan first before you sell, but because of the volatility of the market, we did that in opposite this time. So this has been something that we've been working diligently on to bring forward to the board. This will start the program of the 2 new bond measures. So this will come for discussion this evening, and then hopefully it will come back to the December meeting with the facilities master plan for approval. And that is when we will be able to officially start the work of our new bonds.
So Amanda, I have a question. So each school has a list of projects. Are these wish lists or are these things that need to be repaired like HVAC, or is it a combination of both?
So great question. This is a combination of both. So through the meetings, the community input meetings, we've had things that we've heard from the community itself, speaking with our site administrators, talking at the district level. We've taken, as we said earlier, close to $800 million of potential projects, and we've selected just under $230 million of, and I do want to point out, once approved by the board, this will be a living document. Requirements change, needs of the district change. So this is, once this implementation plan will continue to come back to the board at least annually where changes can be made. But right now we're looking at a combination of needs and a couple fun wants at the community level. The other thing that we've really leveraged when you look at it site by site is that we are looking at the work that has been done with our previous bonds and other types of funding on work that's already been done at sites. So Mary Collins happens to have a big, beautiful project going on right now we are using the 2014 bonds to pay for. So you will not see a large project in this. And it's really about trying to create equity at our sites. So our elementary schools, like our charters, junior highs, and to bring our high schools similar. We talk a lot about an
I laugh that it came up water polo. It is such a topic of conversation, right? We don't want to be in our district, well, I play water polo. I'm obviously too old for high school. So my son plays water polo, so he can only go to Petaluma High School. We want to remove those types of barriers by having similar facilities. They're not always going to be the same at our like sites. So that's a lot of what you will see. So when you look at the overall $220 million funding, that it is not equally divided by site. And that's what we looked at for this implementation specifically. So without further ado, I will invite Kelly and Ray up to the, no, just Kelly to the podium.
I will call upon Ray as needed. All right, does the clicker, okay, perfect. All right, so a little bit of this was already covered. So just quickly, a fast reminder, facilities master plan, all of your needs and wants for a perfect district with perfect facilities. An implementation plan, we go down to earth again and say, what can we actually accomplish with the dollars that we have been awarded from the voters? All right, so we're going to start with district-wide initiatives. So I'll define district-wide initiatives as goals that the district has, and maybe we haven't developed what that scope looks like at individual sites, and there might be variations of need, but we've identified that there is a need for this scope of work at each of the sites. So single point entry, another thing that came up today in the meeting, technology upgrades, district-wide furniture, window treatments, and then also bond overhead. Bond overhead really isn't a choice. In order to move forward with your bond, you need to have a cost of issuance, legal counsel, management, consultants, things like that. All right, so then what we wanted to do is take the board and the community through each campus and what they'll be receiving as part of the bond. And then at the end, we'll talk a little bit about the financial side. So at Casa Grande, we'd be looking at a facility that would support a CTE program for childcare, effectively a second gym, solar work, roofing replacement, a new pool covered tonight as well, a fire alarm replacement, and then HVAC replacement as needed. Petaluma, similar items, also a second gym. One of the things we're also going to be looking at as we roll out this implementation is efficiencies among the projects. So if you're doing 2 gyms at the same price point at 2 high schools in the same district, you have to think about design reuse. Is there a possibility that we can design that gym once and then drop it in 2 different locations, and all we would have to do is redesign the utilities? So those are the kinds of things we're thinking about as we roll out the projects. And then you'll start to see a theme of roofing, solar, and HVAC. Yes. Oh, absolutely. All right. Kenilworth, roofing, solar, and HVAC. We are looking at about almost every site. Petaluma Junior High, roofing replacement and HVAC.
On Petaluma
Yes,
Junior High, I just wanted to remind everyone that we have started the courtyard remodel, which is part of the 2014 bond.
There's also some opportunities that many districts take advantage of with the roofing and HVAC work to package multiple sites so that you can get a little bit more bang for your buck. So we'll look at that as well. More roofing and HVAC. One more thing that we also talk about is if there's within those budgets, if there's opportunities for small wins, landscaping, paving, a little bit of paint or something, so that our community knows that work is getting done, because sometimes when you're doing only things on the roof, it's really hard to show those voters what they're getting for their dollars. So we'll be mindful of that as well. This one is solar and HVAC, so a little bit of a change up, but as Amanda mentioned, there's a lot happening right now at Mary Collins.
And just a question. So one thing you'll see throughout the elementary schools and the K-8 schools are one big need that we have heard over and over is a separate space for performing arts music, right? So it's almost like a 2 classroom module with a little amphitheater or something in the middle, so that you have a place where right now our music teachers, VAPA, even the theater that I was out over at Grant yesterday. They're itinerant teachers, so they're always going from classroom to classroom without spaces, instruments, et cetera, et cetera. So finding a space where the instruments can live, the marimbas can live, where we have a dedicated space for the arts on our campuses that's, again, could be used for other purposes, right? Especially if it's only, depending on how many times a week we have those types of classes. But just a nice dedicated space for the arts on our elementary and our K-8 campuses.
So, I'm sorry. At Mary Collins, we are replacing 5 classrooms. 3 of them are leased that will eventually be removed, but there will be space that is currently being utilized by the middle school for this specifically. That's why you don't see it on this list.
All right. And speaking of VAPA spaces, what we talked about here is the need for modernization and construction of TK facilities and how we might be able to package that with some sort of an indoor-outdoor space for VAPA at the elementary school level. So that you'll see another reoccurring theme as we go into the elementary schools of spaces that may serve that TK use and then also have some outdoor spaces for performances and use for VAPA. Additionally, you'll start to see play structures come in at elementary schools as well. So we've set aside some funds for play structure replacement at each of the sites. Yes, and also track replacement or putting in tracks, improving tracks as part of these projects as well. All right, at McDowell, we are also doing, on top of the things that we just discussed, a new classroom building to support the program that's growing there. And that's another good example of where we would be putting in a track as part of the landscape scope and the work that we'd be doing in those projects. Go for it.
This new building would be similar to what is being built at Mary Collins for the Dual Language Immersion Academy part of the school, built on the side that is closer to the back of the school where the open field is closer to Safeway. And actually, we would have the an opportunity then to have a separate drop off and entrance for the junior high.
All right, more roofing replacement and solar.
And this is one that we have to track.
Yes, yes. Sorry, some of those tracks are a part of the landscaping that would just go on and kind of be incorporated into the larger projects. All right, and then at McNair, we're also doing that same TK space with the VAPA and some of the other things we've discussed. All right, at Pengrove, much of the same. In addition, we'll be doing a lot of thinking about the drop-off pickup situation at that site. I'm sorry, I keep looking over here, but that's all right. I'm good. And again, indoor outdoor spaces, TK Village. So a little bit more, TK Kinder Village rather. So a little bit more robust of a project at this site. And then also addressing the VAPA space that we're looking for indoor outdoor. All right. Do you see that nice big open space there? That is where a performing arts center will be. So we chose when we presented this to take this out of the Casa Grande slide because it really is a facility that's going to support the entire district. So we wanted to feel that way in the implementation plan. So it looks like a big field right now, but we would be working on a project that would get a performing arts center. All right, district facilities. So this would be district office maintenance, central kitchen, some of the work that needs to get done in those spaces, primarily focusing on solar, roofing, and HVAC work. As far as the central kitchen is concerned, doing something more significant there to go to more of a scratch cook model and then taking some of that pressure off the sites because their kitchens tend to be overwhelmed, and going to something where it's more centralized could help programmatically as well as giving a nice facility to food services. All right. Okay, so here is the meat and potatoes. So what we did is we went through and built a budget that identifies site, site type, a particular scope of work. So everything you see in project aligns with the slides you just saw and the different initiatives we talked about. Then we identified the facilities master plan level. So you may recall Ted mentioned that the level identifies the type of scope, not necessarily the priority. And then we took priority levels just as we saw them that kind of help guide what was our first pass, what was our second, and how we build those projects from here. And then we added a cost. Now, there was a cost in the facilities master plan. This cost has been heavily escalated from that cost based on what we're seeing in market conditions and understanding that some of these projects will be under construction 3 to 5 years from now, and not knowing how that's going to turn out, we'd rather err on the side of caution. In addition, I wanted to clarify that there are built-in contingencies within each of these project budgets. So there's multiple types of contingencies. Within that project budget, let's say Performing Arts Center, because it's your biggest chunk of your bond, what we would do is we would have a percentage of the total budget, and that would be contingency on the entire project. Then we have a design contingency. And what that does is address anything that comes up during the design process that seems unforeseen, or typically as we get going on a project, there's just things we don't think of as we formulate the design. And then we also have a change order contingency, which is more for active construction and how we address unforeseen conditions. You know, you dig into the ground, you find different soil conditions or some underground storage tank or something that you can't foresee, and then we address those with the change order contingency. So again, I say this a lot, you'll probably hear me say it again, we always design to the budget, we don't budget to the design. So we take that big number and we break it down immediately, and then we're honest with our design teams and our contractors about what we can accomplish for that construction box within the budget. Just a quick recap up here on the slide. I won't read it to you, but you have your bond measure, your total bond funding, and in the bottom, what we do is we do project interest. So there is interest that will be made on the funds while they sit in the bank as we use them. So that gives you a total program funding of 234 million, and right now we are budgeted to 233.9. So we're going to use every penny. As mentioned earlier in the presentations, we will continue to come to the board. It's regular practice in a bond program of this size for us to come and say, hey, good news, we have a project that came in a little under budget. Here's the adjustment we made. Bad news, we had a little project that came in a little over, and we're going to move those funds around so that we're always keeping the board aware of the changes that we're making as projects are closing out and the bond program moves forward. Yeah, go for it.
What you won't see included in this amount, as Kelly said, we have only addressed the actual cost of the bonds and interest, is that any sort of grants or matching funds, that reimbursement that we may receive from the state, for a couple of reasons. Number one, we don't know if we will get them, and if once we do qualify, we don't know when the funding will come in. So we don't want to count on it as part of our cash flow. And one of the things that we really want to look at as we implement this bond is that we only start projects that we have cash to pay for. So we don't want to count on tomorrow's dollars. Districts, there are horror stories where you see half-built schools or half-finished projects because they literally ran out of money. So we don't want to count on these funds. What will happen is we may have a list of projects that did not make implementation, or as things go on that we have had to redesign, may fall off. This will give us an opportunity towards the end of the bond program to bring either projects that fell off or additional projects forward.
All right. And then as much as we love to work in these spreadsheets, they're not very digestible for the rest of the community and the board. So we just wanted to give you a visual representation of, if you're looking at your entire bond program, that's how it shakes out site to site. All right, and this is how it shakes out by type of facility. Obviously, district-wide is huge because of the new Performing Arts Center. And this is by project type. So we looked at roofing, HVAC, solar, all those different things we discussed. This is how it shakes out that way. And we are happy to take questions.
I had questions on Friday, but this is my second time seeing this, so I just thank you and thank you for explaining the contingencies, because I was really worried on Friday when I saw like 3.9 out of 234. I was like, it's construction.
Get close.
That's too close. Yeah. So thank you. I appreciate it.
I have a question on the choice on when to make or how to make on the solar renovations. As Caitlin mentioned earlier, the kind of like I would say the reimbursement or the cost savings we get from PG&E are not as high. Maybe we can, if it's replacing, we keep the old rates. But I just want to make sure also that we have two different minds. Like one is like some of our solar is, I heard, operating quite well, so maybe it doesn't need to be renovated. But we also have we have a timeline on the federal tax credits, or I guess not tax credits, reimbursements for us. So what is the kind of like threshold and process on where it makes sense to actually the biggest bang for its buck? So I don't know if we need to do every single solar renovation on district wide.
Yeah, that is a great item to bring up. So I will say that Climatech was in the middle of finishing the assessments when I called them and said, guess what? We will be presenting this to the board on this day. So the information, I literally got the information yesterday of where we were landing on HVAC and things like that. So what we knew going into implementation is that we likely wanted battery backups at our other comprehensive high school and junior high, because we have them. We are working on having them still at Casa Grande and Petaluma Junior. We knew likely that we would want that project. We knew that there was HVAC and other things that needed to be included going into this. So now that we have the information and what has not been presented to the board yet, it was just touched on tonight, was the full assessment. Climatech will bring forward an assessment that looks similar to the landscape and the facilities master plan. We will now use that information to decide which order projects need to go in, because we know that we would need to be at 5% by July 4th. If this project, if it moves forward with the board to look at HVAC and solar, we will make that a priority in this first series to meet those deadlines. This is potentially something we could see with state matching funds with other projects too. So I think right now, going into implementation, this is like, I would say probably the most exciting part is we get all of this information and we'll start making those decisions. So we will likely, solar will be one of the first things if it is deemed that we're going to move forward with it specifically. Did that answer?
Thank you.
No other question.
I was just, I'm really
Thank you.
interested in hearing.
This second time I've seen it, and I'm really glad that you're doing this.
Thank you.
Anything that we're missing?
I did have something, but it
Anything
feels
that
like
we're-
it's really late
Yeah.
for me. But I look at San Antonio and their lack of access to electives and CTE. And so it just like you just said, and so it seems like if we could have a shop there, some kind of remodeling of the buildings. I know that
Like a
transition, carve out something there. I don't know if it's too late in the process to do that.
No, not at all.
I think it would be awesome, and also to give them, I just think it's absolutely essential, like what Ruby said, you know, they went on a field trip to the junior college, and already they have students that are signing up
Yep.
for those, you know, certificate programs. And so it would be awesome if we could get them some kind of
Yeah.
building of some kind there so they can have access.
Yeah, we definitely can do research
Really?
on that and bring that back to the next meeting. Is there anything on the list that we're not in love with, that we don't love? I did, you know, this did come up
Roofing.
when we, yeah, unfortunately, that and HVAC is a necessity. Those are the not sexy projects that, you know, have to get done. But
Plumbing.
one of the things that did come up on Friday, and as we spoke to, we're basically at capacity, just really close to our limit, is unless we leverage other facilities funding, anything we do add to bond implementation does mean we need to reduce somewhere else. That is something we'll continue to look at to bring back, but so like even, do you want to add something? Yeah, okay. Okay, you guys, you're like, pass whatever you want. I'm done. Okay.
I got one thing that, I mean, I think unfortunately you and I potentially would want to follow up with the county on is the intersection and or, you know, again, the traffic patterns around Penn Grove Elementary, which really does cause a quality of life issue for our parents, and I think adds stress to staff and students. I spoke recently with Supervisor Rabbit, and it seems like that the intersection has been delayed yet again on redoing or adding an additional lane, right-hand turn lane. But again, if we have, you know, ability to make it maybe like a new driveway or something on, you know, something to think through.
That is a project.
Yes, I know, but
Yeah.
like, but I think my point is we should check in with the county and public infrastructure, as I do think it's kind of like next up on their list too. And we should just.
Yeah, and maybe do some work together and also get easement permits.
Yes.
Turns out they'd like you to get those.
Like
I'm just kidding, I knew that.
Maybe like a sidewalk.
Yeah.
You know, a little.
Yeah.
But
that's
that is one of the
definitely-
plan,
that is
there.
things, that's a great point. So maybe, I'm not saying this is what we're doing, but maybe we had the Penn Grove drop off in our series 2 of cells. And then we have a meeting with the county and we find out, well, actually, they're going to be doing the work this summer. That is something we would bring back to the board. Like, we feel like we need to move this project up. So what project is in series 1 that now will be moved down? But those are part of the conversation, and working with the Van Pelt team is that these will become regular updates, not only for the board to be informed, but it's a great way for our community to see how their tax dollars are hard at work.
Excellent. Thank you again, and thank you for staying for this very long
Oh,
meeting.
our pleasure. Thank you. Oh, and also this is Ray Green. He didn't get to talk. Ray is our director of project management for our entire firm, but he also is a Petalumen. Do I say that right? Is that how you say it?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Petaluma High. Okay, very good. Okay, we're gonna get through this. Successful pricing of 25, 26 general obligation refunding bonds. This is a good thing.
This is a fabulous thing, and I have an update since this has been posted. So we took our 2014 bonds. You passed a resolution at the last board meeting to refund or refinance our bonds forward delivery at the time that we took them, I guess, to market. We had interest in the forward refunding for the elementary, but there was not interest at the secondary. And then we were able to refund the secondary a firm reached out the day after this posted and decided that they also wanted to buy, I can't remember if I told you. Okay, good. They also wanted to purchase the secondaries. So it looks like now instead of a $1 million cost savings to the taxpayers of Petaluma, we're going to be closer to $1.3 million savings. So what this will do is this does not reduce the amount of money that the district received, but we have reduced the interest by over 3% to the taxpayers of Petaluma. So super exciting.
I know we don't have a communications coordinator, but this would be a really interesting letter to the Argus Courier or, yeah, public, what's the, word? I
Like
do
a
this for a living.
press release.
Press release.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. Thinking.
I'm happy to help write it. If Amanda can do the logistical writing, I can beautify it.
Perfect.
Yeah. 'Cause I think the voters will want to know. I think they should know.
So I think that 11 meetings and I was thinking, are you going to be doing all? Well, I was just going to say, I'm not going to go through them one. This one doesn't, we're going to give it to you.
Great. Well, they're from the sites. Yes. Hi, everyone. It's very late.
And I had my microphone off that whole time, so just like
Yeah, so
ask your
these
question.
courses, generally speaking, come from the sites and they go through their shared decision-making process at the sites, departments into principal advisory committee or leadership team. And then we have developed over the course of the last year or so what we call a course of study committee. And there is course of study board policy. So we're really, I think it's safe to say we've done a good job of tightening up the process. And you have now a solid set of courses at one time to review at one time during the year versus a course here, a course there. So we've really tried to do our best. It's not perfect yet, but we are getting there. So instead of going course by course, just curious if you have any questions. There are several that are a completion of a CTE pathway. You'll see advanced public services careers, for example, advanced 3D animation. Those are capstone CTE courses that complete the CTE pathways that we have at those respective sites. I think a couple of the more unique ones, United Physical Education is a really interesting course. It's Miracle League, Special Olympics driven. This would be the course, it's currently piloting at Petaluma High School right now to great acclaim, but this is the course that students who are general education program students who are in the course supporting students with moderate to severe disabilities and providing some leadership and some collaboration to support those students who are taking PE. So it's going very well from what I hear, and this formalizes that for those students. Curious if you have any questions there. Okay, great.
I have one
Yeah.
question about advanced sculpture. Do you know
Yes.
if what the portfolio they put together will be eligible for AP art or anything like that?
Really good question. Yeah, so that's at Casa Grande High School, which they've significantly expanded their sculpture program, and it's mostly all CTE. They already do AP 3D and 2D, so it's one of those things where it's kind of embedded in that course. Students who want to opt into taking that AP course, then they do so. Yeah.
Just real quick about the math applications. Am I
Yes.
correct in seeing that it replaces math 2?
No, it's a really good question. So this is an interesting course coming from Petaluma High School, and they have developed a course they feel strongly about that allows a bit of it's not an off-ramp per se, but students who struggled in Math 1 need some more support, strengthen their Math 1 skills before they move on to Math 2.
So that would be like what?
So it still counts as as a year of math, but
Yeah.
a student could potentially do math 1, math applications, and then math 2
And that
as a
would be-
3-year course sequence.
And that would qualify for that third year of math?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did something like that in high school.
Yeah.
That
So
sounds right. Great to see AP Business as a new course, and the several new math. I have a question on video game design. It says it replaces intro to computer comp sci.
yeah, it replaces intro to computer science.
So I have a problem. I am worried that this is potentially more gender focused. Like it may attract and disengage so just based on gender wins video game versus like the 3D art, which includes some video game design in that course. So I want I don't know. Are we the second set of eyes? I almost want to see or like think through this one again. I'm not, as of this moment, supportive of this, but would want to know more and kind of thoughts from the committee and how this gets again like replacing intro to or computer science versus into video games. I feel like that may turn off a set of set of students from getting skills that can be utilized in almost all modern workplaces.
Sure, computer literacy, absolutely. So the concern is about potential, let's just name it, too many male students in the course. Is that the concern?
And I think it potentially
Turning
turning off. Yeah, some
female students, yeah.
yeah, or again, just people who are interested in computer games and
Okay.
not, right?
Yeah.
I think there is definitely some like I understand like there's potentially like more excitement in this kind of course and like some very cool and fun projects that can come out of it. But again, just I think it potentially has issues with enrollment and where versus intro to computer science.
It's a good point. Let me get back to you on that and see if we can develop a system to ensure there's equitable enrollment in the course, and I think promotion is a key part of that. It's interesting to note that the course itself is really a replacement of this course that is, I think it's meant to be more project based and more hands-on. And so it was, I think, developed to actually attract more students. But the concern is valid, and we definitely don't want to turn away or turn off students. So let me find out more information.
Yeah, so I mean, why isn't it like website design? Why isn't it like graphics and online video, or there's a couple of different things. Video game is very specific, and I don't know.
I think it depends on how we market it because a lot of women and girls do play video games. Like,
Yeah, I kind of resent the implication that
Please.
girls
Yeah.
don't
I don't
design
think he's
video
implying
games.
that.
Oh, I'm not.
Just as
claiming
a quick
girls do not play
note,
video games.
Well,
There
you're
is-
claiming gender, and that offends me.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to make the note that a lot of what you, I think, consider the gaming is what the first person shooters, these action type video games. But in actual sense, a lot of the most successful games are ones that are storytelling, ones that have a lot of character involvement, where it's not gender biased in that sense. If you actually designed the game structure, you're saying, build a story, build something, build a narrative, build a lot of stuff that's around it. The last part is actually in some ways making all the graphics. If you don't have a compelling story and you don't have something to draw the player in, a lot of games fail. So the most successful games are the ones that actually have things that draw the users in, which is something that's not, I don't think that's specifically gender based. You think of it in one way, but I think a lot of the I think successful stories, and in fact, a lot of very successful game designers are women for that reason. I mean, we don't hear about them as much because it is dominated by men, but some of the most successful games are designed by women as well. So I just wanted to bring that up. It's not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Look
So
at-
my point is, I think by like naming it this, and I am worried again, I'm making a point. I know women play and young women play video games. There is a gap. There is a gender gap on the people who are, I think, very into video games, and just naming it this and like focusing on this may have unintended consequences. That's why I just wanted us to double check, dot the i's, cross the t's, make sure we're doing this right.
I hear that. I think you could also say that for computer science as well. Like my daughter, she got one of the main reasons she got an iPad so her and her friends could play Roblox. And this is when they were juniors in high school. This is last year. So I hear what you're saying, and I don't know if there's a way to like vet how many are going to sign up until they actually sign up. I do think that there are more girls engaged in video games than maybe when we were sitting in front of our Ataris, because I'm so old. We had an Atari and a Sega, the original Segas, okay?
Pre-pong, yeah.
So I hear your point, and I don't know if there's a way for us to see if it's going to cause more of a gender divide until we like actually put it out for course signups.
It would be interesting, like I'd like to kind of know, it sounded like you already answered it, why they changed it. Why they getting rid of computer science to video game design in order to attract people. Maybe just work on the name of it, I don't know how you would name it anything else, but I hear what Ryan's saying. I don't have much experience in any of this. So.
I mean, I think it comes down to marketing and highlighting different games, like exactly like
Typically how it is.
what
And-
Carl was pointing out. Like I love the
who's
Sims,
teaching
the
it,
storytelling.
so
Yeah.
I'm curious to go back and see what is the gender breakdown of the
Mhm.
current Intro to Computer Science course taught by the
Yeah.
teacher who also
Exactly.
proposed this course. I think that will be interesting. And, he's a very engaged young teacher and
Well,
but
and
it'll
we
be
have the
interesting.
auto,
Yeah.
over at Petaluma High, and Keith's just made that program because he really marketed it to the young women at
Yeah.
Petaluma High. And so it really grew, and I don't know what it's like now, but I know for a couple of years, it
That's
was
right.
really growing with its,
And esports had a lot of girls too at CASA.
At what?
Right? Esports has had a bunch of
Yeah.
girls at
Yeah.
CASA
Oh,
too. So
yeah.
targeting
Right.
them.
Okay, so here's my issue. Quick Pew Research study, 2024, in teenagers who identify as video gamers, 62% of teen boys do compared to 17% of girls. There is who've played a video game in the past, I don't know, I think it's past month or past year, 97% of boys, 75% of girls. So you're right, but you see, there's a gap. Let's
It's also interesting. We have our very successful child development careers and education pathway now at Casa Grande High School. We're growing our own, everybody. And the gender breakdown there is very heavily female. It's safe to say, but they're doing great. And I have to say, it's so exciting to see the CTE driven child. Thank you. I remember when we field tripped up to Windsor, that made the cut for the implementation plan. Amen.
So I just think moving forward with noting the concern, going back to the committee, Dr. Owen, getting some more information, you and Amy Fadegi.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, and to bring back to this for a second read, and maybe there's even a way to.
Maybe the child care women help the boys design a game for the little kids. No, like there's some ways of collaboration to introduce more girls into
Yeah.
STEM and
I mean, we look at all
more men into
demographics when it
caregiving.
comes to enrollment of courses because we want to do our best to
Yeah.
make sure that access
Yeah.
and and the classes are balanced, that's just good practice. Yeah.
It just seems like, again, like advanced experience and yeah, again, classes on computer technology, computer programs, programming, it's just so important right now and nowadays. So I just want to make sure that
Yeah,
that
I
we're
don't know
not-
if you're following the College Board, and I know it's getting late, but
Yeah.
isn't this fun? The College Board, AP Kickstart, their College Board is leaning into CTE courses. I don't know if you've noticed that. So AP Business is one of them, AP Networking, AP Cybersecurity. They're taking over our CTE world. Watch out. But I did want to end on just a positive note too, that one of the topics we talked about a few years ago was ensuring that all of our CTE courses were A through G approved. And folks, we're near 100%, which is really amazing. So kudos to all of our teachers across the district. That's been a big lift. We've been submitting those and getting them approved and updated regularly. So that's all on you can go to the College and Career Pathways landing page on our district website and see those lists. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. I really like
Wait, hold
how
on.
you've,
I got one more thing. It's not related to video games, but it is about AP African American history. I know we had talked about it a few months ago. And I don't know what the process is for people choosing to teach things, but I have talked to people at CASA who said they wanted to teach it, but they were discouraged from teaching it because they were white. And so I just think when we're looking at these classes, if we're going to talk about biases and things like that, if anyone should be able to teach any class. So I just find that very discouraging and disappointing in our district that people were told they should not teach a certain class because of their race. Anyway, with one of the highest AP pass rates.
Definitely.
AP African American
I've
history.
not heard of
I'm
that.
a little bug in your ear for either for this year or next year to try to get that. You know what I mean? Another teacher. Yeah. I can give you names after.
Yeah. Okay.
okay. Thank you, Dan. This is really good work. I love seeing all these, and my little comment on the side was, wow. Thank you.
Is that it? We don't have any more?
No, we have future business. Okay, we're moving on to future business. Anybody got anything?
I have a few things. I usually don't. I saved them for the fun meeting. Before the end of the year, I would like to do a resolution, the Mahmood versus Taylor case. I've talked to Matthew a little bit about it offline. I just want to see if we can get that before the end of the year, just so that students know their rights, families know their rights, about their right to opt in or opt out of material, and making sure we're affirming that we support queer and trans students and families, no matter what public commenters say. Queer people exist, queer children exist, trans families, trans people, trans kids exist. I'm mad about it. And then I would also like to re-examine our resolution about flying pride flags to allow for principals to fly them at other times outside of May 22nd through the end of June, because schools end during like beginning of Pride Month. So the beautiful flags are not flown as much as I would like them to be. And then lastly, I have been politely sitting through the Pledge of Allegiance for 7 years, and I am over it. I would like to start doing land acknowledgements, at least in addition to the Pledge of Allegiance. I would prefer instead of the Pledge of Allegiance, but I will defer to my other board members on what they think about that. Yeah, I was inspired by the public commenter today and would like to start doing land acknowledgements at our meetings.
I would like to discuss going back to 2 meetings a month. This was a Luann thing, and she's not here. So, I never had a problem with 2 meetings a month, and I'd like to talk about going back to that.
This is a long meeting. Why? You were just about hitting 10:30.
I don't disagree at all, but also I think no matter what, November and December are weird because of all of the holiday breaks. So this would already be a gnarly a meeting. But I don't disagree at all that in other months, I prefer to. And it also makes it easier to break up presentations and break up students of the month and yeah.
Okay.
Anything else? Yes, thank you. Did you want anything, Joanna? You're not going to do it? Okay.
It's too late to say.
No one's watching.
I hope they watch.
I do too. What do you think? Anything? Last chance. Okay.
Adjourn to closed session. We're not done with closed session.
Excuse
But
me.
just making sure because people are saying they're done.
No, we finished it. We finished.
No, we have the evaluation of the superintendent.
We're not doing that. We're going to move it.
Yeah.
We